Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this evening's council meeting. Before we start, we just have a few words of reflection. May I thank those who came to the Mayor's Civic Service, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Please, will everyone make a note of future events? They are Friday, 26th of September and the 13th of February, so that together we can raise much needed funds for Skilway and the Meath. And today was the funeral of past Waverley councillor Nick Williams. He represented the people of Farncombe and Cashel in Godalming. So I invite you to stand for a moment to pay respect to Nick. May he rest in peace and rise in glory. Thank you. Members, please raise your hand to indicate that you wish to speak, and you'll be operating your own microphones. If you are unable to hear, please indicate. This meeting is live streamed, and we will be using the electronic voting system, the consoles in front of you. So when a vote is called for, they will light up, and for is on the left, abstain is in the middle, and against is on the right. And we can also agree recommendations by general assent if that is preferred. Speeches will be timed at 4 minutes, other than in accordance with Council Procedure Rule 15.5. Content and length of speeches, and you will be given a 30-second warning before your speaking time is up. Members may only speak once on each item, except in circumstances as set out in Procedure Rule 15.6. If you are making a point of order, please be clear about which rule or law you think has been breached and how, and wait for agreement before proceeding. You will notice that officers have supplied each one of you with a corrections document, sometimes called errata, this evening. I am told this is because several reports were published for this meeting without correctly reflecting changes made when the executive met last week. Please note, these are not amendments in any formal sense. They are corrections to the printed agenda pack to properly reflect the facts of last week's executive decisions. Members should use the wording as corrected by the errata before them when considering reports or when moving or amending any of the recommendations. No procedure is required to accept these corrections. Agenda item number 1, apologies. Katie.
We have apologies from Councillor Cavalieri, Councillor Mirrlees, Councillor Steiger, Councillor Deuce, Councillor Long, Councillor Barker-Lomax, Councillor Atkins, Councillor Wicks, Councillor Crowe and Councillor Ralean. Are there any other apologies tonight?
Hi, apologies from Councillor Staunton. Thank you.
Thank you.
So agenda item number 2, declarations of interest. Does any councillor wish to declare an interest in anything on the agenda this evening? Yes, thank you. One moment, Councillor Rubini, we have some advice.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to advise councillors about item 12 on the agenda this evening relating to Cranley Skate Park. My advice to council is that it would be preferable if members of the planning committee don't take part in item 12, approving the budget for the relocation of the skate park. Given the size and scale of the wider leisure centre project, the public interest in it and any potential political differences, a cautious approach is advisable. Whilst councillors can and of course should be trusted to separate out their various decisions and various roles on different committees and to always act in the public interest, the issue is more about the risk of perception that they will not do that on this occasion. So we wish to avoid any challenge to council or planning committee decisions on the basis that members could have a perception of being biased or predetermined in their views, and to maintain public confidence in the decision-making process. So given all of the circumstances, my advice is that on balance, there is a risk that the fair-minded and informed observer, considering all the facts, could conclude there was a possibility of bias, and that planning committee members would approach any subsequent decisions with a closed mind. So any planning committee members who wish to be involved in determining the planning applications in the future for the new skate park are advised not to take part in the discussion tonight, nor vote on it, and to make a declaration regarding that and to actually leave the room for the agenda item. Thank you.
So all those who wish to make a declaration of being on the planning committee, please raise your hands now.
Okay. Councillor Goodrich.
Thank you. Councillor Goodrich.
Could I ask whether substitutes should be likewise declaring or not?
Substitutes on planning, they weren't in the planning committee.
Well, only if they're not
Here.
we're at risk of not being for it.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't think that's necessary unless they know at this stage that they are going to be sitting on the planning committee to determine such an application.
Thank you. So we come to agenda item number 3, which is the minutes. Members, the minutes of the extraordinary meeting of the council held on the 17th of June 2025 were published online and circulated with today's agenda pack. I move approval of those minutes. Do I have a seconder?
Pleased to second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is that
Sorry,
agreed?
Madam Mayor, could you just correct that? I did give my apologies and it's down here as I was just absent and didn't, but I've got the email that I sent and I've got it in front of me on my machine, so I know I did. Thanks.
Noted. Thank you, Councillor Hyman. Councillor Austin.
Sorry, just whether you were going to do it by general assent, just to say we're not going, I'm not going to vote for it. So I just wanted to flag that. Thanks.
Okay.
On vote,
Want to vote? Yes.
if there
So-
are some members that don't come for the room.
So are there any other members not comfortable to vote?
Well, let's just say all those in favour.
Yeah.
So
Okay. All those in favour of agreeing the minutes, please show. And those against?
One,
And those who wish to abstain?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 33 in favour.
Did you, they maybe take a little scope? I'm a bit confused because I don't know what.
Mike.
Going to agree minutes on.
But I'm wondering why the leader of the opposition has a problem with the minutes. And I think if I knew what the problem with the minutes was, I might have a more of a reasoned idea of
Yeah.
what I'm voting for or against.
Thank you.
That is
Councillor Murray.
that is my question.
Thank-
So it's
Yeah,
carried.
yeah, thank you. That is carried.
So 33.
33
naught
in
against, 6
favour,
abstentions.
0 against and 6
And
abstentions.
so it's carried.
So that the minutes are agreed. Agenda item 4, announcements. Are there any? Leader first.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Good evening, officers, members of the public. Short set of announcements from me, but certainly a few I do need to give. First of all, thank you, Madam Mayor, for your civic service. And of course, the wonderful Jamaican tradition of blessing the cake, which I think finally Reverend Ratu in Farnham has now gotten used to, just about. Alongside Councillor Gemma Long, I was honoured to attend the Founders' Day celebrations at Morehouse School, just outside Frensham, one of the largest independent SEN schools in the country. This is part of a constructive and ongoing dialogue with the school regarding SEN provision in Waverley. And although officially a county matter, this will not be the case forever with LGR, but it's also an issue that I know impacts many families, children, parents across the borough, and will be something that even as non-county members, most people here will have had in their inbox at some point, I am sure. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Surrey Fire and Rescue Service for their swift response to the fire over the weekend at Hankley Common near Thursley. Almost 3 hectares of the common land was destroyed by fire, and without the swift intervention, it could have been a whole lot more. I remain in touch with the fire service as they look at the root causes, but my thanks on behalf of the council for your efforts and the subsequent intervention also in Guildford up at Sandy Lane yesterday afternoon. Certainly a warning to us all about doing things that might cause fires in such circumstances and heat that we had last week. And finally, local government reorganisation, of course, continues at a pace with the government consultation now open. I've jointly delivered 2 webinars with the leader of Guildford to residents and stakeholders, with a third tomorrow for town and parish councils. The first of my in-person sessions for Waverley residents was held last night in Hazelmere. Thank you for those of this council that attended, as well as residents. With sessions in Farnham tomorrow night, Godalming on the 22nd and Cranley on the 29th of July. The government consultation closes on August the 5th, and I would urge all residents, businesses, town and parish councils and other stakeholders to have your say. It is very likely the only say that the government is going to give any of us on this. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I now hand back to you.
Thank you, Vida. Pedro?
None.
Susan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in accordance with the Constitution, to notify Council that there has been a change to the name of one of the political groups on the Council. So the Labour Green Group is now known as the Green and Aligned Independent Group. It is a group of 2 councillors comprising Councillor Williams and Councillor Crowe, with Councillor Williams being the group leader, and there are no changes to political proportionality or allocation of seats to committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item number 5 is questions by members of the public. We have 2 questions as outlined in the second supplementary pack published on the 14th of July 2025. Mr. Bolton, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's always a pleasure to be back in the council chambers. I don't know who to address my question to because there was no person. Thank you, Leader. I feel there's a lack of detail in the written answer. The houses up at Oxford Ridge have looked finished for a year. Are you confident the contractor will deliver? Or
Can you speak closer to the microphone?
I feel there's a lack of detail in the written answer. The houses have looked finished for a year or more. Are you confident the contractor will deliver, or is it failing to meet the terms of the contract?
Thank you very much, Mr. Bolton, and very good to see you in this chamber again. Couple of things there. Firstly, things can look finished on the outside whilst not being finished on the inside. And certainly things that sometimes look finished on the outside may in fact disguise a great deal of work that is going in on the inside. There are lots of examples of that going on in Waverley at the moment, certainly within our purview. I am confident that the contractor will be meeting all of their obligations. There are a number of issues in regards to highways and other details that we are investigating with the Highways Authority and various other entities such as Thames Water. But I am confident this will be done as per the arrangements with that contractor. So yes, I am confident, but to be absolutely sure, we have started an engagement process with the residents in the impacted area to make sure that they are all aware of the timetable and of course what has been going on in those properties. But we're very, very keen to get them occupied. We obviously have a very large council house waiting list, and Site C, certainly by comparison to say, let me pull one out off the top of my head. So we say Site D, which was the last one you might be more specifically aware of. These houses at Site C are some of the best houses that have been built anywhere in the country. They are sustainable, they reduce the cost of energy for residents who live in them, and we are very eager, as I'm sure those residents will be, to take up occupation. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
They're empty.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Mr. Daly, do you have a supplementary question?
If I may start by referring back to the answer to my initial question, and just to highlight a few things. It's not correct to suggest that any officer of the council is threatening any party. It's considered good practice, to threaten homeowners with seizure and sale of their home and potential imprisonment. And the third part is it's been limited to reminder notices, the application of financial surcharges and the application of mandatory, etc. Well, I held up in the executive committee meeting on the 1st of July my own demand notice, which was provided to me by Zach Elwood, the head of planning at that time, threatening me with seizure of my home and imprisonment. And I can hold up to you tonight the latest one that I've seen, which is May of this year, which is a demand notice which threatens seizure of home and imprisonment. Forgive me. I've attended many full council meetings since last September and executive committee meetings, and every time I take a seat in the public gallery, I'm faced with this poster, which I'm sure you're all fully aware of. It's the principles of public life. I can almost recite it word for word. It starts with selflessness and it ends with leadership. And the very last sentence says, willingness to challenge poor behavior wherever it occurs. Last week, the post office scandal investigation reported 13 suicides caused by the way innocent people have been treated. Do any of you know what it feels like to receive a still demand notice from Waverley? Yes. Being threatened with seizure of home and imprisonment.
Mr. Daly, this is meant to be a question, a
It
supplementary
is, and I'm
question.
coming to it. It's important, right? That will financially cripple you. Feeling overwhelmed by worry and fear, finding it difficult to cope with everyday tasks and responsibilities, sleepless nights, heart palpitations, sweat, trembling. I've experienced them all and more. It's reported that one family in Waverley, one person has suffered a nervous breakdown, which is important. One family has been forced to sell their home. One family is currently selling their home because they can't afford to pay. Simon Bird states in his opinion, seizure of property imprisonment is nothing but draconian and unlikely to be supported by the courts. Yet, I've been told tonight, this is good practice.
Mr. Daly, do you have a question?
I do, and this is the question. I call upon you all tonight to take a stand and stop this poor behaviour and show more respect and kindness to residents who are innocent of any crime, who at most have fallen foul of poorly written legislation through genuine unintended error. All of us would have been granted exemption. This is my question. Will you, every one of you here tonight, take a stand and take immediate action to correct this disgraceful practice and cease threatening homeowners with seizure of their home and imprisonment, which Waverley considers good practice? A lack of action tonight will prove one thing. You support poor behaviour as good practice. Thank you for letting me finish.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Daly, for your supplementary question. As outlined in the answer to that question, it does state that the liability notice is accompanied by the legislation and the requirements set out in the legislation, and it is clear within the answer that those what you term draconian methods and what Simon Bird has said draconian methods have not been used by this council. I can't comment on the rest of your statement.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can I come back? Because they're shaking heads up over there. We have not taken possession of people's homes. We have not thrown anybody out of their homes. Can I please be allowed to finish? So we have not used that. So shaking your head It makes no difference at all. And you can speak to officers. Officers have confirmed to me. Now, if there is somebody that wants to apply for the discretionary review, Councillor Austin, I would be, if I was in your shoes, encouraging them to apply for it, because this council is very much open to settling this matter for residents where the council has made an error. And you shaking your head just adds to people's anxiety, in fact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 6 is questions by members. There are none. So we come to agenda item 7, which is Shared People and Organisational Development Service. Are there any questions regarding the clarity of this that members would like to ask? Councillor Follows.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I've had a number of questions for clarity sent to me by members or mentioned by members over the last few weeks. And so I will ask 3 questions to the portfolio holder with your consent. The first is, what saving will having one HR system make over 2? The second is, what are the 2P and other costs in implementing this change? And 4, why is the growth bid required? And what exactly will it be spent on? And just for the clarity of members in the room, I'm asking these on behalf of members as opposed to me not knowing the answers myself. The executive have obviously been through this matter. So if, with your consent, I'll hand over to the portfolio holder.
Thank you very much, Leader. So with regards to what saving will having one HR system make over 2, the business case is in development. We are awaiting costs from Midland HR to end our contract with them so that we can deliver this in-house. The proposed restructure will enable a team of 3 to lead on and support the payroll and benefits delivery across both councils. There are 2 systems right now, and our ambition is to have one system, which is iTrent, that is currently used at Waverley. The system is far easier and reduces the need for manual intervention, as is currently undertaken at Guildford. Around the TUPE and other associated costs, there are no identified costs associated with the TUPE of staff from Guildford to Waverley. We are only looking at changing the annual leave dates, and we'll be asking some of the team to travel between the Buries and Millmead for meetings. The costs associated with the restructure are purely to build resilience and increase the skill and expertise in the joint team. There are many areas of our work that require a review and improvement. The increased capacity and experience will enable us to deliver our very long improvement plan and improve the employee experience for all staff across both councils. And just around the growth bid and why it's required, the growth bid will be spent on increasing the skills and expertise across the joint team. The 2 teams currently have lower level expertise, and the new revised roles will bring a higher level of experience with our attraction and resourcing, our improved learning and development offer, workforce planning, support for our service areas, and improved reporting, including supporting narrative into how our staff are performing and what support we are providing to ensure that we are an employer of choice. Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions. So Councillor Keele, may I ask you to propose the motion?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. It's my pleasure to introduce this item and to move the recommendations as listed in the errata document. I believe I have a seconder.
Pleased to second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. The recommendations before you follow from the executive session on the 1st of July, where the concept was supported and a supplementary estimate was approved. As I mentioned, the errata document, which has already been explained, contains the wording that will be voted on. Recommendations here for Council are essentially to formally accept the delegation of the people and organisational development functions from Guildford Borough Council to Waverley Borough Council, and to create a joint service with effect from the 1st of September 2025. To note the joint staffing structure that will consist of Guildford and Waverley staff following a consultation, and a delegation of authority to our Strategic Director of Democracy, Law and People in consultation with the chairs of the Joint Governance Committee to update the inter-authority agreement to include provisions to ensure that all decisions relating to delegated functions are made by both councils. This proposal will enable our people and OD functions to improve performance and enhance our resilience and capacity. This is an incredibly important function to our council and to Guildford Borough Council. There have been many initiatives that affect our staff in recent years, and we have lacked the strategic resource to lead teams in a consistent way. So why now? The proposal will enable opportunities to combine our systems and to give a consistent approach, which will enable us to be as ready as we can be for the challenges of local government reorganisation, which we anticipate will place additional pressure on our support services. We do not have the capacity at the moment to deal with the transformational change we need to make to collaborate effectively and to meet the upcoming seismic change in our local government structure. This will help us to deliver the capacity and capabilities that we need. It would not be sensible to wait, as making this decision now will benefit our staff and thus the services our residents receive and will provide the best value money that we can. A resilient joint team will help us to approach the LGR conversations on a firmer footing. We will be increasing our resilience to provide a larger pool of officers to deliver services across both councils, which will cover things like annual leave, vacancies and sickness. Most of the benefits in the proposal relate to efficiencies in how we deliver by building resilience and improving the quality of our service delivery. However, there will be opportunities in due course to combine systems which will enable us to make savings and streamline our operations. We will also be able to reduce our reliance on external resources which are expensive and to give the type of career development that we would wish to give our staff. Once full council have given their decision, provided this is approved, there will be formal consultation with staff on the restructure, allowing for a new team structure to be in place by the 1st of September. The unions will be involved in the process. I would just like to end my comments by thanking our new AD, Claire Weavis, for the leadership she has shown on these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Follows, do you wish to reserve your right?
Very happy to reserve in this case. Thank you.
So, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I find this item completely puzzling. We're aware the two executive of Guildford and Waverley are trying to support further collaboration via the merging of teams. And so it's agreed in each case a solid business case will be brought forward to justify why further integration is a good idea. But surely the point of any merger would be to avoid duplication and reduce costs, not increase them by some 31%. Mysteriously, Waverley are being asked to pay for the majority of this increase, 120k of it, and yet Guildford only 66. I mean, it just seems very odd. Just prior to LGR, we are pursuing this course of action. The county have instigated, for example, a hire freeze, except for essential replacements. And yet at Waverley, we appear to be continuing our recruitment drive ever since LGR was announced. This is us taking on yet more people, on top of the 40+ employees put forward in the budget, and on top of yet more being proposed to be added tonight via the additional proposed grounds maintenance staff item. Are these the actions of a careful and diligent council right now? 6.9 in the report explains that sickness is increasing, but it requires us to increase the workforce in order to fathom why. I mean, that's just utterly confusing to me. The report does not define what any of the cashable benefits are. Are there any? So I asked Waverley what they are. I'm told they cannot be defined and will relate primarily to reduction of a system usage of a completely different council, Guildford. 6.11 refers to merging IT systems, but I'm told savings for this also cannot be defined because the cost to ending existing contracts is just not known. As far as I can see, the greatest non-cashable benefit is to offer. I can accept increased resilience to cover long-term sickness more easily. It is confirmed that a part of the cost is so officers will be dedicating yet more time to harmonising services, harmonising pay scales, harmonising pay, annual leave, redundancy. Why on earth is our council expending time doing this right now, just prior to local government reorganisation? It is an anathema to me. And let's look at risks. This proposal states yet more risk for our Waverley Council as the employing authority. I'm afraid this just all makes no sense to me. I've not yet received the justification as to why all this effort to create a single shared team at an increased cost of 31%, the vast majority of which will be borne by our council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Goodridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In my view, the timing is all wrong. And it seems that the benefits, on reading between the lines, are more for Guildford than for this council. And I'm concerned about the benefits to this council. The cost saving, as is quite clear from paragraph 310, the cost savings are not going to happen. And not going to happen in the life of this council. And that's appalling. And as has been said, we have an increase of some 31%, 120,000 to our budget. There's no justification I can see in the report, save with the concept that bigger is better. And what it really means is that we are empire building at the wrong time, with only 18 months of this council just over left to go. What I do agree with is that on-site working is to be encouraged, particularly for this area of work, and that the team should all work together as one team. But if that happens, where's it going to happen? Is it going to happen in Guildford or Godalming? And have we got the accommodation for all these people to be able to get together as an effective team? And there's nothing in the report of the detail of that. And this talks about there have been outstanding issues that have been outstanding for a very long time. Is this Waverley or Guildford or both? And the long-term sickness, how long has this been in existence and why? And should we not be fixing the why rather than rejigging the whole department? I have to say, route one, as set out in the report, is my preference. There's lots of talk in the report about savings, i.e. on paragraph 620, re-technology, but that's not going to happen during this council. And as has been already clear in paragraph 310, there's not going to be any cost savings. It's just going to cost this council more. It then says in paragraph 6.23, capacity, workloads, work types, and expertise with the joint team will be thoroughly reviewed. Hasn't this happened already to justify what we're doing, rather than we make the decision and then we work out how the expertise in the team is going to pan out? Why hasn't this been done already? Rather than we will do it once the decision has been taken. I think this is, the tail wagging the dog. So I'm not happy with this at all. I will not vote for it. The timing is wrong, and there are not enough justification for doing it at this stage. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hyman.
Thank you very much to Councillor Austin and Councillor Goodridge, because they've saved a lot of what I was going to say. I've obviously read the same document they have and read it in the same way. I remember, I'm sure it was only a month ago that we were in a briefing. I think it was Chatham House rules, so I won't say who was saying anything in particular, but I'm pretty sure we were told in a grounds maintenance briefing that we could simply absorb the HR function within our existing. It wasn't being costed into the grounds maintenance expenditure by Waverley, because we could simply absorb it into our HR, but we had sufficient capacity. A month later, the world's turned upside down and nobody told me. And I just don't understand, I mean, am I expected to believe what I've got in front of me? Because it doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Page 25, the foot of page 25 of your documents, members, it tells us that since their Section 114 bankruptcy scare, and I quote, the people and organisational development team at Guildford Borough Council went through the Future Guildford change programme a few years ago. The outcome of this stripped the capacity and skills of the team to the bare minimum. I can quote it as well as the quote about data, sickness absence data that Councillor Austin mentioned herself. Paragraphs 3.2, 3.3, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, read them for yourselves, please, 6.5, 6.8. All of them are quite damning about the service that we have, and we should surely, rather than, spend £120,000, we can solve all this. No, you don't. This is culture. This is not throw a bag of money at it. And we shouldn't be doing it now. I mean, in all good conscience, we have to speak out against this, as Mr. Daly asked us to do earlier. If I don't know whether I can believe a word I'm being told here, then in all good conscience, I can't vote for it. I'm sorry. I'm meant to be on the administration side here, but the information isn't here to make an informed decision, and it doesn't look good. How much is this going to cost us? How much are Guildford benefiting from us? And to what extent should our residents be worried that their money, their council tax, is helping to bail out Guildford Borough Council so that the Joint Chief Officers don't get flack from Guildford residents? So we'll support them with our services, because that's what it looks like, what's going on to the residents. And I can't see any different. No one's telling me in here how I can be sure that our residents aren't bailing out Guildford. They've lost 50 grand on Wayside. We've just been 50 million on Wayside. We've just been told, and we know that they've been stripped bare. Our papers tell us, so that's going to cause problems. When you've got a partner who is broke, yes, there's problems, and our residents are entitled to know. So my question here, please, and I'll finish, is what checks and balances are in place whereby we as councillors...
Councillor Hyman, may I ask you to stop for one moment, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to say, I think there was a comment there about a project at Guildford, which is a project which has responsibility to that sovereign council, and there might have been some financial information given that I'm not sure is in the public domain. So we will strike that from the record, and please ask councillors to just debate the item on the agenda for this council rather than straying out of scope.
It was debated at their Overview and Scrutiny Committee meeting last week or the week before in open session, so I don't think...
I would note that the figure given is incorrect as well, which is the bigger issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman. Are there any other speakers?
I haven't finished. May I finish?
You have, yes, 20 seconds left, should you want them.
Well, I was asking a question, if I may. Thank you, Madam Mayor. What checks and balances are in place whereby we as councillors can ensure that Waverley taxpayers are not helping to bail out our comparatively ailing partners?
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, throughout my professional life, much of which was spent as a chief financial officer, I expected that mergers should save money. You don't have mergers in order to spend more, and I find this quite astonishing. I've heard what the portfolio holder has said, and I've read paragraph 11.2, and I've read all the good words about saving money. The fact of the matter is we're going to spend an awful lot more money, 17% more money for the two councils combined, an additional £187,000, of which £120,000 extra is to be spent by Waverley. Our bill goes up by 31%. £120,000. It's the equivalent of 2% on council tax. This is ridiculous at this time. I cannot believe that this is being brought forward for serious consideration by us as members. We should say no. It is simply wrong. It is not value for money for our residents. At a time like this, when this council goes out of business in 18 months' time, I just find it quite incredible. And I will be voting against this, and I would urge all members to so do. Thank you.
Yes, as there are no other speakers, you'd like your right of reply?
My second speech, yes. So before I hand over to the proposer.
One moment, Councillor follows.
Yeah.
Councillor Gale, I didn't see your hand. So Councillor Gale, would you like to speak first, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll put it up higher next time. I was just looking at the at what's being proposed. And it says that the Guildford Borough Council existing staff members would transfer to the employment of Waverley in accordance with TUPE. Do we know if all their staff members want to do that? And if they don't, would there be any resignations, redundancies or anything from the Guildford Borough Council staff? And how would that sit with what we're doing here? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm afraid the time of questions has passed. We're now in debate. So, Councillor Follows, you would like to.
Thank you. I'll try and get some of these done. Obviously, there's a section for questions of clarity, which would have been really good to get some of these done. But I still find it pretty incredible to hear some of the arguments on these subjects from people who have just repeatedly voted for 2 mega unitaries in various different hats. But Councillor Austin, LGR, I would suggest members of the opposition consider and look at the transitional arrangements and how they work and following the structural change orders and look at how that functions. And just to come back on one point that Councillor Martin said here, Waverley doesn't go out of business in 18 months, 2 years. The business transfers to another authority with most of the functions and therefore the people that have to run them. So making sure that this borough, Guildford Borough, and all the other boroughs in the county are in the best position to continue that business through, I might add, a lot of significant structural change that is significantly about people and our staff through that process. There are clearly some reasons why we might think about, I think in this case, I'm going to describe it as reinvestment in our strategic HR sphere, which has been missing in some respects for some time. But I really would encourage you, and I know the monitoring officer is actually going to be holding a briefing at some point for all councillors about how the structural change orders work. But I've seen this from a number of people at the county as well who have recently voted for 2 unitaries. Have a look at how these things actually work for LGR, and you will see some of the reasons also buried there why we're doing this. Now, Councillor Goodrich, just to extend that, we do have an obligation for the time that Waverley has left to run this council to the best of our shared ability, to try and save money, to make sure that we have structures that are working for staff and for residents. Now, the pace of LGR, recklessly entered into by your county colleagues and forced upon us all here, means that there are elements that are likely going to take longer in this process than the current process is allotted. This is normally done over 2 or 3 years. There are, for example, elements in, say, Wiltshire, which was unitarised some years ago, where there still are, and this is actually true, baffling though it is, there are still 7 electoral services teams under the Wiltshire unitary because they've still not been amalgamated multiple years afterwards. So to just assume that 18 months' time, we click our fingers and suddenly Waverley and all of its duties and services and people just randomly disappear because we've gone out of business is not correct. Now, Councillor Hyman, I counted at least 3 completely erroneous statements about Guildford, and certainly one of them was corrected, but there were others. But from your statement, there were at least 6 very good questions of clarity that we could have answered at the beginning. And so I will just repeat my urge that questions of clarity should be asked at the point of questions of clarity when we have the time, because we're not encumbered by speaking time, to address them. And I think, Councillor Martin, I'm not an accountant. I rely on the advice of professional accountants. I'm very honoured to serve by an excellent one by my side and very honoured to serve alongside our officers such as Richard Bates and Candice, who are also excellent professional people. I'm pretty sure, though, that the number you stated is not 2% of council tax. It's more like 0.01% of council tax. So I obviously can't ask officers to comment on this because we can't do that in full council, but I'm pretty sure it's not 2%, but a fraction of 1%. But I'm not an accountant, so who am I to lecture you, Councillor Martin? On that point, I will hand back to the Mayor and also to the portfolio holder.
Thank you very much. Councillor Keele, would you like your right of reply?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments, councillors. Just to pick up on a couple of them. Section 6.10 of the report describes costs at Guildford at £686,839 and at Waverley at £382,078, which gives a total of £1,068,917. Section 12.1.1 describes the cost for the proposed joint team of around 1.2 million, which gives a total growth bid of £186,596. The formula applied to the growth bid has taken the new budget requirement, worked out 40% for Waverley, and then taken the current budget allocated to work out the growth bid required. The same has been applied to Guildford. The proposed additional roles have been costed 40%, 60% Waverley, Guildford, so 40% for Waverley. This ratio has been applied to reflect the current service model delivered at Guildford Borough Council and the volume of professional people and OD support required in the operational teams where they do not currently exist at Waverley Borough Council. On the issue of working locations, if this is approved, the teams can meet at both or either office and we can accommodate them. There is no choice for Guildford Borough Council employees under TUPE. The law provides that they transfer to the new provider, which if agreed tonight would be Waverley. And just to finish, I believe that increasing our HR capacity is really important to see us through LGR, but also in line with our best value duty, it's also the right thing for us to do now. So thank you very much. I hope you can all support this.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. I'll now read out as a reminder of the recommendation as per the corrected version on the errata sheet. The recommendation is that Council resolves to accept the delegation of the people and organisational development functions to Waverley Borough Council for delivery of services through a joint team with effect from the 1st of September 2025. 2, to note that the joint staffing structure for delivery of the people and organisational development functions will consist of staff transferred from Guildford Borough Council on the 1st of September 2025 and Waverley Borough Council staff, and subject to the outcome of the staff consultation will be implemented on the 1st of October this year. 3, that authority be delegated to the Strategic Director of Democracy, Law and People in consultation with the chairs of the Joint Governance Committee to update the inter-authority agreement to include provisions that ensure all decisions in relation to any delegated functions are made by both Guildford Borough Council and Waverley Borough Council. So we move to the vote. Just members to draw your attention that Councillor Sullivan has left the meeting. The vote is carried, 24 in favour, 5 abstentions and 9 voting against. So that is carried. And we come to agenda item number 8, grounds maintenance. And are there any questions of clarity before we come to the debate, please? Councillor Follows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I've had a number of questions from this. I also expected there to be a number that were going to be asked either by ONS or exec, and then nobody came and asked any. So with your indulgence, I have a handful for the portfolio holder primary named Councillor Williams and a number of financial questions of clarity for the secondary portfolio holder named Councillor Merriweather. Would you mind if I did them one at a time rather than batches, because it might be too complicated to do?
I think that's sensible.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first one is for Councillor Williams. So what will the impact be on our land transfer policy having an in-house service with local equipment purchased from this capital spend?
It will definitely be favourable to our land transfer policy, as we could actually be talking about a significant number of land transfers, which would be a significant number of variations, which would be very difficult to effect in the case of a contracted out a service where formal variations of contract would be needed to and would need to be agreed between the parties. In the case of an in-house service, such variations could be effected immediately and without the need for additional renegotiation with an external body. And also, I think we would be in a much better position to do business with our local communities and our local town and parish councils and potentially enter into a contract with them directly.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. The second question I have, bearing in mind this was raised many times in the previous debate, can you confirm the engagement between the council and Crinkles in this report production?
Yes, certainly. On this occasion, I can unequivocally confirm that our senior officers have met with the managing director and senior officers of Crinkles on several occasions. Requests to amend the report that goes before our executive and council have been effective, and there's been that regular dialogue since that original report has been submitted. And indeed, I was only this morning in discussions where it was made clear to me that officers were on site last week to discuss current matters in terms of that transition.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This might be Mark or Steve, but just in terms of comparing terms of these arrangements in like for like, there's been some comment about how that's been presented, particularly 5 versus 7 years. Could you just confirm that we are indeed comparing like for like in these options?
Yeah, I can confirm that, and I'm sure Mark can come in if that would be helpful. Our officers have effectively kind of shown a 5-year cost against a 5-year cost, compared to what was shown previously, where there was that comparison between 5 and 7 years, which was, correctly which was correctly pointed out to be not a comparison of apples with apples. All relevant revenue and capital costs are included, and inclusion of the capital that was wrapped up into a 5-year period comparison in both cases, and I hope members will feel that the figures that are now presented represent a comparison of like with like. I don't know whether the portfolio holder for finance would want to add anything to that.
I think so. The 3 options that we've got in front of us, the 2 Crinkles one and the one bringing it inside, have different bases. They cover different horizons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 7 years. What the officers have done is they have modelled out what they would look like on a comparable basis, even though the 3 have very different dimensions. They've also done that with things like depreciation, which may be something on the list. I'm happy to go into it a little bit later on. Okay.
Thank you, Mark, Steve. On the matter of depreciation, there has been some comments about how depreciation is handled within the finances of this report. So could you just explain, Mark, in this case, how councils handle depreciation, and if the position we take on depreciation is something that we set locally, or whether this is a policy that is set externally that we are obliged to follow?
Well, it's set externally for the purposes of our audited accounts. We follow international financial reporting standards. The practice is for a council that we do provide depreciation. The devil in the detail is where that depreciation is charged. This particular project, depreciation isn't really an issue because depreciation is supposed to allocate, in the private sector particularly, the cost of an asset out over its estimated useful life. It's not a sinking fund. It's just a way of spreading the cost out against the revenues it's supposed to generate. In this particular case, with this particular proposal, it's not necessary because we are taking the hit 100% up to £1 million in the first year coming out of our capital funding. To add depreciation on top of that for this modelling would be to double count the cost that's in there.
Thank you, Mark. Just in terms of some of the numbers in the report, that £1 million is a rather round number. I always feel obliged to ask about those. Can you explain how this £1 million round number was reached? It might be Mark or Steve.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, an unfortunate consequence of rounding up is that you end up with a rounded number. So we started at a number which was around about £87,000. We felt, as with the revenue numbers, that it needed a contingency. That came in at about 8 or 9%, and £1 million up to £1 million. It's not a commitment to £1 million. It is a rounded up number that reflects an 8 to 9% contingency, which gives us a margin of error.
Thank you, Mark. So the item does require funding out of the MTFP reserve, and I'd just be useful to comment on what the starting amount of the reserve is, how much has been used for this, and how much is left.
So we started this year with £1 million, which was agreed at the February budget. As of today, we have used a couple of £100,000, and this is in the small tens. I think it's 30,000 pounds. So we have plenty of funding left in the medium term risk reserve. That was the choice of the reserve. We have a couple of other contingency reserves for capital projects and other things. This was the most appropriate reserve for this particular contract because its focus is not on investing to save, it's on value for money and producing a better result for our residents.
Thank you, Mark. This one's for Steve. And there have been a number of concerns raised about the 2Ping of employees from Crinkles. Could you just comment on this and if there are any risks involved to Waverley on that front?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, there are, of course, always risks when one's talking about 2P. However, the reason why 2P exists is to protect employees from being moved from favourable to less favourable conditions of employment, so that if their current more favourable conditions are retained for a transition period. However, in this instance, this is certainly not the case. So far as the employees are concerned, I think all the evidence is that their conditions will only get better. And that is certainly one of the reasons for actually proposing this in the first instance. I can't imagine why anyone would resist the process, but nonetheless, union representatives are already being involved and discussions are beginning to happen. A lot of the employees also have been doing this work since before the Crinkles contract. So they've been through this process before, having gone through a process of 2P. So, and they've been doing the job for a long time, and therefore, particularly given current data on fairly low staff turnover, it's very unlikely, I think, to have an impact in terms of the 2Ping process.
Thank you, Steve. My penultimate question, can you just confirm if there are any redundancy costs, who pays for them?
Well, we're transferring an existing undertaking and there are no plans for redundancy. The contract simply moves across and employees have no choice but to be 2P'd if they wish to continue in employment. The requirement exists to consult with the staff. There's no statutory framework for that consultation, but nonetheless, I'm satisfied that there is sufficient time given council approval today for that TUPE process to occur in a reasonable timescale for the employees and with the kind of consultation that one would expect.
And before I move my last one, thank you, Madam Mayor, for your indulgence in allowing me to use this entirely constitutional mechanism to ensure facts are communicated to all members. And my final question, several members have commented on the interaction between this capital decision here and future governance under LGR. Can you comment on the position of in-house versus contractor at the other boroughs in what I'll sort of call the small west versus the big west?
Yes, in fact, every authority in the new bigger authority has an in-house service other than Surrey Heath and Woking, and so that would also apply to the 3 unitary option as well as the 2 unitary option. Surrey Heath, however, their contract expires in 2027 and the council has already determined that they are bringing their service in-house. Woking, however, is of course a completely different case, as it would not currently be permissible for the council to take out a capital loan to bring the service in-house because of its financial position. But clearly, that is a position that could potentially change on the launch of the new authority. And so, in a sense, the work needs to go on. I mean, are we suggesting here that the requirements of grounds maintenance will suddenly disappear in May 2027? You know, at what point does the grass not need cutting in the new unitary authority? So, I mean, clearly we are in a position, I think, where we would be setting things up in the proper way for an in-house service across the new unitary if we take this step today.
Thank you. Very helpful questions. And are there any more? Councillor Hyman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for clarification, this is the right time to ask questions, is it, before we go into the debate?
This is the right time to ask questions on clarity.
Okay, if I could have some clarity for a start, then a little bit of clarification of a statement that was just made, which is saying where it was said that everything relevant, Councillor Williams said everything that's relevant in terms of revenue and capital have been included in the council's figures. We were told that in the revised set of figures that which we were given a month or more ago, that HR costs were not included in them. So if you can clarify that they have now been included, because when a couple of hours before the ONS meeting, they were told the figures had changed completely. The bottom line, effectively, as to the best value measurement, had instantaneously dropped by £750,000 or 695,000, depending whether you look at it on over the 5 or 7 year period. But it's an awful lot of money. The chairman of ONS, of course, was told that when she asked that it was insignificant amount of money. So that's why it hadn't been pulled from the agenda to debate it properly. This should have been debated properly. So we want to know whether it's true, whether that HR has been included in those figures. Another point of clarification, please, was I think we've just been told by Councillor Merriweather that there was £1 million put aside for this in the budget. I may have misheard that. Well, none of us knew about it. Are we being told that £1 million was in there, but none of us knew about it? We weren't told about it at the time, because this was raised 2 months ago, that issue. So I'd like clarification on that. And also, I think finally here, if we go back a year to where this started, 6th of August 2024 executive meeting, when Councillor Townsend, Mrs Townsend, said that They were looking at the in-house solutions to see whether or not we could actually deliver this at a better value for residents. Currently, that doesn't seem possible, so it was definitely not best value at that point. Are we saying that now this is? I mean, is someone willing to put their name to and say that they are willing to be accountable and responsible for saying that this is complete and represents best value? Because that's been told to us before, and then the figures have changed completely a couple of times. So we want to know: are we being told the truth now, and will somebody actually take responsibility for telling the truth now?
Councillor Hyman, thank you.
And finally, what checks and balances are in place by way we can make sure that Guildford aren't gaining from this in sharing? So is it the case that there are no potential benefits? Because where we said in the March papers this year, we were told the insourcing will unlock the potential benefits if a decision is made to collaborate between Waverley and Guildford. As far as I know, that decision hasn't been made.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman. I think we're going to have a bit of clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, just a little advice for all councillors. These are questions of clarity on the report that's before you tonight. Councillor Hyman, I think there were some questions of clarity that you posed there. Perhaps we could just take them one at a time, and you could be very succinct as to the actual question you were asking. But I think there were also some commentary which is effectively slipping into debate there. For example, I think you were talking about communication about the budget previously, which is not an item in the report tonight. The reference to the budget is what's being presented to you for the £1 million capital expenditure in the report tonight. So if we could just stick to scope of what is the report about tonight, and if you have any questions of clarity, perhaps take them one at a time, please.
As a point of order, if I may, Madam Mayor, in this respect, we're here because at the end of March, we had a meeting where a lot of misinformation was given. There was an apology made, but not publicly. We have constantly been given misinformation. And if we are now asking a question, is the information I've just been given correct?
One moment, Councillor Hyman.
And I'm being told I'm not going to get an answer to that.
Councillor Hyman, can you
What's the
tell
point
me,
in being here?
Can you tell me what your point of order is, please?
Councillor Hyman, just to add, if you're raising a point of order, you must advise the Mayor and full council which paragraph of the Constitution you think we are not
12
complying with. If I could just finish, thank you, Councillor Hyman, or which part of legislation that we've not complied with. Thank you.
The requirement that we have sufficient information, accurate information to make a decision. It's in our papers later on in there, in the excerpts from it. It's
Councillor Hyman, sorry, I'm not clear which. Are you raising a point of order to the Mayor?
Yes, I am. I'm asking whether or not,
because of the Constitution or which piece of legislation you feel has been breached.
I'm sorry, I didn't realise the mic was off. Article 12 of the Constitution, it's I think it's part 4 of the Constitution, which requires that we have sufficient information. We are fully informed when we make decisions. And Madam Mayor, I think I've just been told that I am not going to be able to get an answer to questions regarding is what I've just been told accurate or not from the portfolio holders that I've mentioned.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you very much for Councillor Hyman for confirming which part of the Constitution you feel we're not complying with. I think you're referencing Article 12, which is the principles of decision making, and that you're suggesting we're in non-compliance because there is insufficient information in the report to make the decision tonight. My advice through the Mayor would be that I feel that there is sufficient information in the report that is before members today, and also that there is now the opportunity to ask questions of clarity if anybody feels that they don't have sufficient information to make that decision. Councillor Hyman, I wasn't suggesting that you couldn't ask your questions of clarity. I was asking perhaps if you could just succinctly take them one at a time, might be easier. Thank you.
Councillor Hyman, I'll give you a minute to think. There are a couple of other speakers. Councillor Reid, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question relates to specifically section 6.31, where we talk about hydro-treated vegetable oil. And the last sentence in that paragraph said the service will only use HVO from fully authenticated sources. My question is,
have we really thought that through? And how are we going to ensure that they are authenticated services? Because my research suggests that 50% of HVOs comes from palm oil, and palm oil comes from deforestation, which ruins the whole thing about carbon dioxide. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, certainly I can answer that very clear question about HVO, as we did have some experience of using HVO in a trial scheme with our waste fleet at one stage. I'm in complete agreement with Councillor Reid that HVO is not an ideal solution. What we are seeking to achieve is a service with zero emissions, and zero emissions through proper zero emissions vehicles, such as electric vehicles, or potentially in the future hydrogen fueled vehicles. HVO is only seen as a stopgap measure, and from our experience of using HVO in terms of the waste fleet previously on our trial scheme, we were very careful to make sure that the HVO that we used was produced from sustainable and traceable feedstocks, ensuring minimum environmental impact and avoiding any kind of deforestation or land use change. Effectively, you are using second-hand vegetable oil that is treated. Therefore, it is not from virgin crops, and therefore it is certified to be ethically sourced. As I say, that's in the context with the fact that HVO is not seen as the ultimate solution at all.
Thank you. Councillor Goodrich, you have a question?
Yes, please. We're told that the HR costs are included on the in-house model. Looking at page 27 of the report, could it be pointed out to me where that appears? Thank you.
It may be that Councillor Merriweather can add to this, but essentially HR costs are included because we agreed that there would be no requirement for additional HR resource in order to effect the change. In other words, HR could be provided under existing resources.
Thank you. I see no other Councillor Beeman, you have a question.
Yeah, a simple question, Madam Mayor. Yes, I believe that if we go ahead and purchase this equipment, am I right in thinking that on unitisation, that all this equipment will come under ownership of the new unitary authority? And that if that's the case, then there's no guarantee this equipment will necessarily be using Waverley after the second or third years. Is that true?
Briefly.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, Councillor Beeman is correct. But the grass will still grow, the grounds maintenance tasks will still need to be done. Therefore, they will be able to be done by an in-house service, just as they will be for the remainder of Waverley's existence from the 1st of November, I would hope.
Thank you. Councillor Hyman, short. Oh,
thank you. Well, thank you, because Councillor Goodrich is...
One moment. Did you want to add to that, Councillor Merriweather?
Well, yeah, I'm very happy to respond to Jerry's question. I just want to pick up on the HR point. We have an HR function here, which we've just voted to resource appropriately for a lot less cost than it would cost if we were to do it ourselves. I struggle to understand Jerry's point about the £1 million, but I think it's possible he's confusing the £1 million capital cost that we're talking about in this report, with the reference I made to the medium-term financial plan reserve, which unfortunately is also £1 million that we set up back in February, which was the opening balance on that reserve as of the 1st of April. That's my best guess at what that question was about, and I hope I've answered it.
Thank you. Councillor Hyman, did you have any other different questions for clarity?
Well, yes, we were going to, you wanted me to ask them individually, and very kindly, I've just had Councillor Beaman and Councillor Goodrich effectively delve into a couple of them. So we've been told that the HR costs haven't actually been added in, even though we had a claim earlier from the portfolio holder that everything was included, but HR's free around here. Okay, so we haven't bothered including that, so we know the answer to
Councillor
that.
Hyman, these have to be questions of clarity.
Well,
and
yes,
not
that question
the
of
debate.
clarity has now been answered. So we're happy, we're clear on that, HR's free of charge around here. The question of clarity in respect of the 1 million, was this in the budget? I think we've just had that clarified to say that, no, it wasn't actually in the budget for this. So we were quite correct in saying that it wasn't brought forward in the budget. Even though that's when the papers bring it forward.
Councillor Hyman, Councillor Hyman.
The other one I
Councillor
asked,
Hyman.
second one was, is this best value? Is someone claiming that this is best value and willing to take responsibility for it?
Yes. I'm going to stop you there, Councillor Hyman, because we haven't got to the debate yet. It hasn't even, so I think that's a lot of very good questions, very well worthwhile. Councillor Williams, may I ask you to move the adoption of the motion, please?
Certainly, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. Members, if we could please note that we are debating the recommendation on the errata sheet as explained by the Mayor at the start of the meeting. Following the unprecedented step of rescinding the officer report that was presented to full council on the 25th of March, and after a detailed review of the service and its financial implications, I'm very pleased to bring this item to council this evening. It is a revised and much more robust proposal, and my thanks go out to the officers concerned for that. It's been presented to councillors at an all-member councillor briefing by key officers. It's been reviewed through overview and scrutiny with no formal recommendations, and it has been approved by executive last week. And following the councillor briefing and following what I think was quite a helpful, generally helpful Q&A session just now, I hope the key issues are now clear to councillors. The updated report presents a clear and compelling case. The executive has approved in sourcing the service from the 1st of November, a realistic mobilisation date and one that ensures a smooth transition of staff. And Council is now asked today to approve the 1 million capital investment needed to bring the grounds maintenance service in-house by that date. The spend is justified on financial grounds alone, but the wider benefits make the best value case overwhelming. Flexibility. Waverley's shifting how we manage land and assets, including increasing community asset transfers to town and parish councils. And as we've just said, contracted service lack the agility to adapt to this kind of local variation without triggering those change notices, the legal complications, the cost penalties and so on. An in-house team offers the flexibility to adjust service levels and respond to local needs and work with partners quickly and without friction. And this is especially important as we approach structural change in local government. By insourcing now, we hand over a responsive and adaptable service model rather than burdening the new authority with a rigid long-term contract. There are environmental and climate benefits. Grounds maintenance is a visible but currently quite carbon intensive service. Insourcing gives us control over the fleet, enabling us to decarbonise vehicles and equipment over time and embed sustainability into our service design. This includes reducing herbicide use, planting for pollinators, adopting sustainable horticultural practices, difficult to achieve or monitor effectively under an outsourced model. There are also significant benefits for the workforce, as we've discussed, with improved conditions of service. A directly managed team allows for quicker responses and greater efficiency in handling day-to-day issues, such as those which frequently arise from residents. This paper shows that insourcing is more cost-effective over the medium term, with net savings projected within the life of the assets, as we see in Table 2 and as we see in Appendix 1. But this decision is not just about financial savings. Best value means delivering the best outcomes for residents, balancing cost, quality, environmental benefit and community responsiveness. So this is the first step in establishing a service that works now but is also future-proofed, a service that reflects our priorities, adapts to change and helps lay the groundwork for better local government. I commend the report and the recommendation to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Merriweather, I believe you are seconding this, and do you wish to reserve your right to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am happy to second, and I will reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Okay. So we are now open to debate. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Aren't we all having fun tonight? 3 months ago, I put forward a motion supported by 12 councillors cross-party to have the grounds maintenance contract decision rescinded, a decision which was declared unsafe due to unreliable and inaccurate information. The reports have improved, but they are not without issues, and they're certainly not compelling, I'm afraid, Councillor Williams. At ONS Services, revised numbers were presented at the meeting, but they couldn't even be seen on the screen. The item came behind a very long item on SIL. Frankly, many councillors were just tired. Some had already left. It was not scrutinised as it should have been. I can understand why Crinkles had asked for the changes they did, because they are presumably not happy. But both sets of numbers are still not right, and they place Crinkles at a disadvantage. What we should have been seeing is 7 years versus 7 years to allow for full depreciation in the cycle. It leaves me, I'm afraid, with the impression there is little intention to give our contractor, one who is agreed to have performed well to date, a fair chance to compete. Section 6 talks about environmental credentials, but it fails to mention the two options will be using pretty much the same equipment Crinkles buy in bulk and on rotation. Can Waverley purchase this equipment at a more competitive rate than someone for whom this is their bread and butter? I'm not sure. Crinkles have evidenced they're happy to support and carry out the council's environmental hurdles. Note point 6.37 in the report. Any environmental gains taking this in-house will be at best marginal. Let's move on to staffing. This will involve increasing our workforce by 27 staff just prior to LGR. This is on top of the 40+ staff, again, equivalent to a 5% increase in the workforce in this year's budget. Again, let's compare and contrast with Surrey, who have implemented a staffing freeze. Our council, rather than demonstrating caution, continues to expand and to spend. The staff will, of course, be the exact same 27 Crinkles staff, just tupied over. The reports tell us these staff will be employed by Waverley, placed on better packages apparently, but delivered at a lower cost. I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. It feels the numbers have been skewed in favour of the in-house option, which clearly the executive are keen to drive through. I remain deeply troubled like Councillor Hyman as to why this item did not get any kind of mention in March's budget, given the executive are very happy to restate they have been planning this since last year. If you knew about the 1 million outgoing, it is your responsibility to have put it in the budget. This 1 million spend remains an unnecessary use of council reserves. It's not compelling at all. It's thinly justified by greenwashing, just prior to local government reorganisation. Any marginal social value or environmental gains simply do not justify this loss of reserves. The new contract decision should rest with the incoming unitary authority, not be rushed through as part of this outgoing council's ongoing spending spree. We know that Crinkles are the grounds maintenance operator for Woking, for example, so the alignment argument works both ways. It works in both directions. Crinkles have offered a short-term 1-, 2- and 3-year options. Taking this option would provide value, continuity, and flexibility to align with LGR. And crucially, it will save £1 million of this council's reserves.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? That's Hyman, Clark and Follows. And then Gail. 1 minute, I'll... Okay, so Councillor Hyman first, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, we have to just simply look at the history of this. I don't really understand why we're not hearing any humility whatsoever from the people who have been involved in this so far. We had a complete apology. I can't say who gave it, but we did get a complete apology that we were given incomplete, inaccurate and misleading information, unquote, at the full council meeting of the 25th of June, 25th of March, I think that one was the first time it came around, where I put forward a motion that to defer it, but that was narrowly lost. But Crinkles fortunately intervened, and we started getting some of the truth out. We're told again that this has got robust and truthful information, but that was said at the briefing, and then not long, a couple of weeks later, that information changed completely again. I mean, how robust is this? Is it all going to change tomorrow, the next day? $750,000 is it going to change by? How can we be expected to believe that where this was not best value a year ago, that we're all happy here that information was completely incorrect? Because we're saying now that, oh yes, it is best value now. £1 million, it came up as a surprise package for us after the budget, by surprise, and it shouldn't have been. And then we found out that, taking a simple look at it, that £1 million of capital expenditure was required in order for on top of the revenue, which had been matched. That was £1 million difference. That swung round to somehow, as if by magic, £1.276 million of savings being made by bringing it in-house. So how on earth was that trick done? Well, we know because that changed again. I mean, we cannot believe a word we're being told, and that's the facts that are coming forward constantly, that the last load of supposed facts we were given were untrue, and it's changed again. And we know that what we've got in the paper in front of us tonight, as Councillor Austin has said, is not the final set of figures. We know full well the reason why all councils outsourced to private businesses, virtually everything post Maggie years, post the 1970s, 1980s, was because councils didn't know how to run businesses, were wasting lots of money. You simply can't. Councils simply cannot run them for the same money. The reason we took this out to Glendale and why we then moved it over to countryside was because it's cheaper, far cheaper. It was best value issue. And I simply can't believe we got best value here. But I'm very disappointed to hear that we're being told this went to the ONS without any recommendations. The ONS did something wrong. They were presented with new figures at the last minute, and there was no way of them actually speaking about it properly. That's why there were no recommendations, because it shouldn't have been in front of them. It should have been pulled because of the last minute changes of £750,000 in the bottom line. And we're meant to overlook that now, forget that everything's been done, that we haven't been able to believe a single word. We've had apologies that won't be made in public, but they've been made in private. Are we going to get a bit of humility? Are we going to start making these decisions properly in accordance with Article 12 of our Constitution? And that's not just about what's in the report. It's about what information we have available to us at the time we're making the decision. So please don't try and shut it out to it's only about whether there's enough information in the report or whatever. We don't need this rubbish in front of us. We've got proper important decisions to make. We're told that the best value case is overwhelming. How can it be when we can't believe a single word we're being told?
Time, Councillor Hyman. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Apologies if I repeat some of the words from Councillor Williams. We didn't confer. At full council on the 23rd of April, it was agreed to revisit this item as members had not been given sufficient information to enable them to make an effective decision. As a result, we have revisions to the presentation of the report, which should provide members with confidence that all material and financial evidence had and has been taken into consideration. The decision to take grounds maintenance work in-house has already been made, so the recommendation before us this evening is to provide our new grounds maintenance team with the vehicles and the machinery to do the work. Clearly, we are not revisiting the decision to move this service in-house, but ensuring the expenditure does provide both the council and residents with best value. In this case, best value is not just about money. It is about providing residents with a more flexible service, giving us the ability to respond to the changing dynamics of grass cutting more effectively, especially when land transfers take place. One of the advantages of the collaboration with Guildford is the ability to share best practice during such transition of services. Some members may ask, and they already have, why are we spending such large sums of money if we are just 2 years away from being absorbed into a unitary? I think there are two reasons. Firstly, grass doesn't stop growing, and the grounds across the borough will require continuous maintenance throughout the transition into a unitary. Secondly, after vesting day in May 27, our new unitary council will probably spend the first couple of years implementing the detail of whatever outline structures have been recommended by the shadow authority. I don't expect any changes to ground maintenance to show up in the unitary's radar for some time. However, most of the existing boroughs, we have been told this evening, already operate an in-house arrangement. Some members may ask what would happen to such a large sum of taxpayers' money if not spent on this machinery. Well, I'd rather it was spent on providing a valuable service to our residents rather than being absorbed by a unitary council and used to pay off debts incurred by other councils. Finally, I look forward to this equipment being used to maintain any land transfers to Farnham Town Council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, councillor Clark. We have councillor Follows, councillor Gale, councillor Goodridge, councillor Martin. Councillor Follows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify a couple of other things that have been said. ONS chose to focus on one item in their session and one item alone, and it was not this one. And the chair, I think foreseeably could have seen that that was possible, did not schedule a reserve session, as I did for the executive dealing with the same subjects. In the session, time was not appropriately allocated by ONS to deal with the matter. I don't accept the argument that there was a fundamental change. In fact, I believe that was actually a question asked of the monitoring officer and a ruling was given at the time. There were no real questions made at ONS and there were therefore no recommendations given. Members of this council, many of which have spoken tonight or are about to, registered to speak on this item at the executive, but then went home after the Sill matter instead of staying and doing their job, and indeed didn't even tell officers that they were going to depart. I had to kind of figure it out from the chair. But in recognition of that, because I thought it would have been unfair to just crack on with the item notwithstanding, I deferred the item to the reserve session that I had arranged for the executive, so those members could come along and attend. I emailed all members of the council saying that they could do so remotely, as is their right, to try and encourage as many of those individuals to attend the reserve session, either in person or online, to make the points that they needed. And not a single one turned up. So that, by the way, is a reason why I asked so many questions for clarity of my own tonight, because I thought somebody should, bearing in mind so many have been informally mentioned around this chamber outside, I thought that some of them at least should get an airing here. I appreciate that may have had some unintended consequences tonight, and I will reflect on whether I take that approach again. But ultimately, a number of those questions needed to be asked. Now, I'm going to say something here a bit more generally, which I hope everybody kind of gets what I mean by this. Under the unitary authority, discretionary spend will end almost completely because of the debts and other issues racked up by a number of people from your party in a number of different places, including Woking. All the assets, all the reserves, all the Sill, by the way, anything to do with Waverley is going to be managed from God knows where and spent on God knows what, with nearly no input from potentially anybody in Waverley. We don't know how that's going to go. I can be sure right now that anything I and we do here will definitely be spent on the residents of Waverley for the good of the residents of Waverley. And in projects like this, I know for sure, and actually just reflecting on the points Councillor Clark made, because there's no way the unitary is going to be dealing with grounds maintenance as its first issue 1 year into the absolute omnishambles that will be this unitary process. There is no way that grounds maintenance is going to rise to the top of the agenda. So we can actually, I think, fairly reasonably sit here and say that this will definitely be a system that is in place beyond the life of Waverley, and as of course has also been mentioned, in either 3/4 or 5/6 of the boroughs that make up either variation of the two unitaries that will exist, there is an in-house service. Woking being the only exception for reasons that they aren't allowed to do this because they've got commissioners in. If you speak to any of the councillors in Woking, by the way, they would absolutely love to do this, but they can't because they inherited their mess that you all know so well. So I know right here, this is an opportunity for us to spend in Waverley on things for the residents of Waverley, on something that will continue to be needed by the residents of what we call Waverley for the good of the people of Waverley. And that's before you get to the umpteen other reasons, particularly dealing with land asset transfers. I cannot stress how important it will be to have a flexible approach when it comes to dealing with these land asset transfers. There are people from Godalming, people from Farnham, Hazelmere, Chiddingfold, all across this chamber who have put in applications for land transfers. I cannot stress how much it will be easier to deal with those transfers if we've got a flexible approach on grounds maintenance, that we don't have to put contractual changes forward. It is just much easier. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm generally in favour of in-house. However, this still bothers me rather because I think it must be to do with the £1 million, because we're looking to spend £1 million on purchasing equipment for cutting green spaces, which Waverley are currently asking towns and parishes to bid to take over the asset, most of which are green spaces, currently being cut by Crinkles on a contract which could be extended to 2027 or even longer if necessary. So what are Waverley Borough Council going to cut with £1 million worth of equipment and 27 members of staff? Or are the council putting themselves out there as a grounds maintenance contractor? Because that's what they would be if they were aiming at cutting the grounds that they're transferring to parishes and towns. And I'm not really sure that's what borough councils do. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Goodrich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I spoke about this to ONS when the new financial information was given that day. And to remind us, the report to the executive on the 1st of July talked about a saving of 1.276 million over the period, which evaporated during the course of the day down to £526,581. We were misled on the 25th of March 25, particularly by Councillor Williams, and despite shaking of heads, he has not publicly apologised to this council since. I don't think we are comparing like with like on the capital costs. Crinkles asked for a factor in depreciation of their equipment over 5 years, and we are putting forward the 1 million and told, well, it's all going to depreciate on the figures in year one. In reality, if we didn't do this, we'd have £1 million plus interest in the bank. What's going to actually happen by the time we devolve to a unitary authority, the £1 million spent on capital will probably be worth a quarter of that, because of the depreciation in reality when you're dealing with vehicles depreciates drastically as soon as the thing leaves the warehouse or wherever it's funded. The one thing that is not right, which comes from the question I asked about HR, you look at the how our costs are allocated, which is on page 27. And basically, we have taken out of those figures all the management costs of it, whether it be legal, accountancy, HR, all the office bits that Crinkles would have in organising their contract is taken out of this on the basis, well, we'll use what we've got already, therefore we won't put it as an expense. But the reality is, when we budgeted over years and years, we look at the central admin costs and we allocated amongst the various committees, various functions, are allocated across to the various functions that we carry out. In this case, none of the management costs have been included, nor has the interest that we're losing on the money been taken into account. And therefore, we are not comparing apples with apples, because we are leaving out some essential expenditure that Crinkles would have had, and we have in reality, although we've chosen to absorb it elsewhere in this council. So I'm very unhappy that, that this is happening. It seems to me daft in the last 18 months of this council to spend £1 million of what we have done. I think it's irresponsible, and I'm conscious that Surrey County Council are doing the very opposite in not allowing capital expenditure more than necessary. I think we should be following their example, and I will not be voting for this at all.
Thank you, Councillor Martin.
Thank you very much. I worry we're spending £1 million, a lot of money. I know it's capital, and if I were to compare it to a council tax, as I tried to do when I spoke before, yes, I was wrong. £120,000 is in fact 1% of council tax, not 2% as I said, but it's certainly not the 0.1% that the leader tried to suggest it was. So if we were to compare this to council tax, and I'm very aware that we're talking capital and council tax is not that, but it is the equivalent to 7.6% of of council tax in 1 year. So it's a lot of money that we're talking about here. And I'm not sure that we should be spending £1 million in this way at this time. The leader made some good points, I think, in terms of what he said, and I was nearly persuaded, but I decided I wasn't in the end. It seems to me that, damned with faint praise, Paul, it seems to me that maintaining flexibility would be best adhered to by extending the contract with Crinkles for 1 year or 2 years or perhaps 3 years. And that would give us a pretty good return. Wouldn't cost us much more money on the figures that we've got here. And I frankly, as Councillor Austin has pointed out, doubt the figures that we've got here, because I just don't buy the fact that we can take in employees from Crinkles, offer them more money and save costs. Something doesn't add up somewhere. So I think we should maintain flexibility by extending the contract and not spend £1 million of capital at this time. Thank you. And I'll be voting against.
Thank you. Councillor Hussaini.
Just a few months ago, this council successfully overturned the previous decision to bring grounds maintenance in-house due to unreliable and inaccurate information. But since then, the information provided has improved somewhat. However, the proposed 1 million spend remains the same and will be an unnecessary drain on council reserves, especially when Waverley is in its dying days and we are so close to local government reorganisation. Crinkles, our current contractor, has historically performed well and has offered us short-term extension options. This would ensure value for money, service continuity and flexibility, allowing the incoming unitary authority to make a long-term decision with the full picture in view. We simply don't know what the makeup of the new unitary will be, and they may or may not support the use of this money. Rushing this decision through at the whim of this Lib Dem-led executive would amount to a last-minute spending spree, and we must prioritise responsible spending, not push through costly and avoidable commitments.
Thank you. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, this item's had a checkered history of accuracy of finance and accuracy of information, which has really not helped councillors to make a decision either way. Invest to save, I heard, which is a thing one is brought up on economically. But generally, when you invest your own money, you invest to save for yourself, not for some future unknown person that will probably be taking away your assets. Whoever does take over from Waverley is getting a bargain. They're getting a council with a balanced budget, which is one of the few that we have around, and well done for those who did it. They're going to get this lovely building, which doubtless will be flogged off, and the money will go not into our coffers and not into our residents, but elsewhere. So I understand the reluctance to lay out another £1 million, which is going to be for the benefit of some as yet unidentified future organisation. There is generally a tendency to stick with the status quo unless there are strong reasons to change. And I've heard some pretty reasonable arguments to move on. Whilst I fully support transfers of assets to towns, I wasn't totally convinced that that is a strong justification, but it certainly is something which we should all consider. So I'm a bit wishy-washy on this and haven't decided which button to press, so I will be very interested in listening to the final speech on this, as I still have that horrible feeling that instead of comparing apples to apples, we're comparing mangoes to lychees. However, I am encouraged by the universal acceptance in this council that despite what happens to the land, the grass will continue to grow.
Thank you very much. I think we have two final speakers, Councillor Murray, and Councillor Beaman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I listened to Councillor Ward's speech with interest and everybody this evening. And I came in with this with conflicting opinions about it as well. Where it went from £1 million capital spend to £1 million in general reserve spend, and then that changed, as Councillor Hyman said. I'm also not convinced that the council could buy all this equipment cheaper than Crinkles could buy. I'm not convinced on that element of it. I am convinced that it is easier, it would be easier with land transfers if we're dealing council to council than trying to wriggle out of a set contract. So I do understand that element of it. And as a Farnham Town Council, we are working closely to try and bring some assets to that. I think the one person we haven't heard of here tonight, and I know we can't, but we have heard from him in other meetings, is from the officer in charge of it. And through all the tribulations of this, and it has been tortuous for a lot of people through this, he has been convinced that it's the right thing for Waverley. He thinks he has the expertise and his team to be able to run this efficiently. So, as I know the officer, the senior officer in charge, and I've spoken to him about it, I'm convinced from that perspective. Everything else is pretty much, who knows, it could be, it's all a bit in the air, and what will happen in 2 years' time and all that, I don't really know. But what I am convinced is that the team and the officers here at Waverley really want to do it. They are convinced that it's the best thing, and for that, that's why I will vote for it, and for no other reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beaman.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm very supportive of bringing this service in-house, and I'll be voting for it. I would only request one consideration to be given, and that is any equipment purchased under this £1 million is clearly branded, purchased by Waverley Borough Council for the benefit of residents of Waverley.
Thank you, Councillor Beaman. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Overall, I'm very much in supportive of going ahead with this particular project and taking the maintenance in-house. I think it gives us, as has been pointed out, a degree of flexibility in handling the changes to our green spaces as part of the asset transfer, which we are in the process of going through. However, I do have some concerns on the HR side or the people side. We are seeming to taking on a fair number of projects or changes within our service delivery, or appears to me that we are. And we're taking on with this, as again, several councillors have pointed out, the 27 extra staff, they will require management. If we are going to be able to manage a service which is going to be changing with the asset transfers of our green spaces, that's going to have to be managed. Do we have the resources, or have we taken into account the resources that will be needed to cope with that over the next 18 months and beyond, no doubt?
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been listening to an interesting debate, and it suddenly occurred to me, I wonder how many people in this chamber, particularly councillors, have had experience of being involved in the outsourced provision of services. Certainly in a previous life, one of the responsibilities that I had was selling these services, outsourcing services for the IT industry to businesses. And certainly we had the economies of scale. What we also knew is that we needed a clear definition of the service that had to be provided. And there is the rub, because as we all know, the requirement of a service changes over time. And when you start talking about years, and if you talk 5 years, it changes significantly. And that's where the company I worked for made its money, from the changes required from the customer. So, as I said, an open question. I don't know how many people have been involved in it, and I was responsible for selling it, but I certainly think that bringing it in-house, especially with the economies of scale we get from coming together with Guildford, is to the advantage of our residents. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Before I come back to you, Councillor Merriweather, if there are no other speakers, Pedro.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I apologise that I am intervening, but earlier in the debate, I heard Councillor Austin suggest that the numbers in the report have been skewed by officers to get a particular result. I want to clarify that this is not the case. Can I remind members that officers are politically impartial? The facts that you have before you have been cleared by a series of professional people who work for the council as a whole. And can I please add the point that officers in a public forum do not have an opportunity to respond. So please refrain from disparaging comments at this point. If you have concerns, please raise them with officers beforehand. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Merriweather, I see no other speakers, so you have your right to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, our officers are serious, professional and qualified to speak on these matters. Councillor Martin, only a coincidence I'll come to you first. I'm grateful that you acknowledged that you made an error of over 100% in calculating your percentage of council tax. And hopefully we'll soon move on to Key Stage 2, where averages are worked out. Now then, like to like, I can draw everyone's attention to page 26, where there is a like-for-like analysis of the 5-year and the 7-year plan. And I think probably the most important point to make here is that Crinkles do not give us anything for free. We pay for the equipment. We either pay for the equipment ourselves, undergoing in-house, or we pay Crinkles for it with a markup out of our revenue funds going forward. That is precise, and it's very clearly spelled out in the report under Crinkles Option 1. And Crinkles Option 2 makes it very clear that Crinkles believe that at best the equipment that they've got can only be managed out for a short period of time at an additional cost to us, because it will cost more money to maintain and repair. We have a question about budgets. The point is, it has not changed. The £1 million has always been, in this case, committed from our capital receipts reserve. It's a separate part of our general fund reserves, our usable reserves. It's not in our general fund revenue account, but it is in our capital receipts, and that's been clear. Nothing has changed in that regard. What does happen is, of course, that we spend the money. It's there in black and white, but it comes out of our capital receipts under our in-house option. It does not come out of our precious general fund revenue account, which is funded by council taxpayers, and that is a benefit for us. It's a benefit for them. In terms of the timing, I think it is fair to accept that this work was been going on, started around about the time we were doing last year's budget. There was no decision taken, there was no commitment made, there was no basis on which to include it in the budget, because no decision or no ambition had been crystallized to that point. That is why this paper is here, and that is why it explains the way it does how the funding is going to go. Yes, we will be taking on 27 additional staff for this. They are staff that we are already paying for because we have a contract with Crinkles. They may be getting better conditions, but we will not be paying Crinkles' share of their own huge management costs and overhead charges and profit for that matter. It's interesting that Surrey has a staffing freeze. My reading of their budget was they were actually looking to cut between 250 and 300 staff in this year because they haven't got any money. We are not in that position. We are still in a position to make best value decisions based on what is best for our residents and not because we've run out of money. That's what differs between us and Surrey. This isn't a spending spree. Any detached objective analysis of this particular project tells us that under our options, we are saving money for its own sake. Forget about the value. It is cheaper for us to bring this in-house. I think I better leave it there for the time being. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Williams, you have your right to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Merriweather, for responding to so many of the financial issues so clearly. I want to briefly just address a few of the outstanding points raised by members this evening. You know, not particularly those relating to operational flexibility, workforce implications, and how this proposal meets the test of best value, not just in pounds and pence, but in service resilience, responsiveness, and long-term public benefit. Now, Councillor Austin and Councillor Hyman and others, including Councillor Goodrich, stated that they were concerned about the process and the quality of the previous report. And I conceded at the time that the information presented in the original report was incomplete, was insufficient, and regrettably, that led me to make an inaccurate statement. That is why I apologised for bringing an inadequate report to Council. I acknowledge the need to go back to the drawing board and completely get that report completely rewritten. I am confident now that it is comprehensive and accurate, as Councillor Murray has pointed out, and to make accusations, and I quote Councillor Austin, numbers have been skewed, is not really appropriate to make without evidence. Councillor Austin also talked about insufficient scrutiny, and as the leader pointed out, quite rightly, it is for the opposition to lead that process of scrutiny. Councillor Gale stated that the capital equipment, talked about the capital equipment required to do the job, and figures show that taking account of capital costs. She asked the question, are we to become a contractor? And the answer is, of course, yes. If parishes and towns want the job of grounds maintenance of assets which are transferred done, Waverley would be in a much better position to do it than having to go through a third party. Indeed, as Councillor Reid pointed out. Councillor Hussaini, like others, have talked as if this is not financially viable. The figures are now there. It clearly is. And Councillor Davidson asks, have we got the resources? Will we have the resources to do the job? And I can give an unequivocal answer. Yes, of course, We would not be embarking upon this if we did not believe that we would have access to the resources. So taken together, this proposal offers far more than just a cheaper way of delivering a service. It provides a platform for greater local accountability, faster response to changing needs, and alignment with our strategic goals, particularly in relation to sustainability and community partnership. It is financially sound. It is a forward-looking decision that avoids locking the new unitary into rigid contracts and limited options. It reflects a smarter, more agile approach to service delivery, and I hope Council will now feel confident in supporting the recommendation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, and I will read you the recommendation. That Council resolves to 1, agree a one-off capital allocation of £1 million for the purchase of vehicles and equipment required to provide in-house grounds maintenance services to be funded from existing capital receipts. And 2, delegate to the Strategic Director of Housing, Communities and Environment in consultation with the Strategic Director for Finance and Resources authority to procure and award a contract to purchase vehicles and equipment required to provide grounds maintenance services within the capital allocation. When light, Councillor Williams.
Can I call for a recorded vote, please, Madam Mayor?
Is that agreed? Yep. Okay. Yes, okay.
Councillor Austin.
Against.
Councillor Beeman.
For.
Councillor Busby.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Coburn.
Against.
Councillor Davidson.
For.
Councillor Denis. Councillor Earwaker.
For.
Councillor Fairclough.
For.
Councillor Follows.
For.
Councillor Gale.
Against.
Councillor Goodridge.
Against.
Councillor Hess. Councillor Higgins.
Abstain.
Councillor Hosseini.
Against.
Councillor Hyman.
Against.
Councillor Keane. For. Councillor Keel. For. Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor MacLeod.
For.
Councillor Martin.
Against.
Councillor Merriweather.
For.
Councillor Morrison.
For.
Councillor Monroe.
For.
Councillor Murray.
For.
Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Kenreid.
For.
Councillor Ruth Reid. For. Councillor Paul Rivers.
For.
Councillor Penny Rivers. For. Councillor Rabini.
For.
Councillor Spence.
For.
Councillor Liz Townsend.
For.
Councillor Philip Townsend. Councillor Ward.
For.
Councillor Weldon. Councillor White. Councillor Williams.
For.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is carried 29 votes for, 1 abstention and 8 votes against. Thank you. So we move to agenda item number 9, which is access to information procedure rules. Are there any questions about the clarity of this? No. Councillor MacLeod, may I ask you to move the adoption of the motion, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very pleased to do that on behalf of the Standards Committee. This hopefully, members, is a less contentious item that you that you can all relax and enjoy yourself. I'd like to point out that, in fact, this item and the following two items, item 10, 11, all have in common that they recommend updates to the Waverley Constitution. And I'd like to point out that they've all been through the same process. This is, first of all, a review of the officer's draft documents by the Guildford and Waverley Joint Constitutional Review Group, the JCRG. This happened at a meeting on the 28th of May at Guildford. This was followed by a further review by the simultaneous meetings of the Waverley and Guildford Standards Committees, which happened at a meeting on the 7th of July here at the Boroughs. This procedure, while not perfect, has worked very well so far. And I'd like to advise the Council that of the 43 items on the work programme for the JCRG on constitutional items, 28 of these items, which represent 67%, have been completed. 8 of the items, which is 19%, are in the process of being reviewed and being worked on, and 14% have yet to be started. All of these items are not of equal complexity, but these figures do demonstrate that even with all of the additional LGR workload on officers and councillors, there's a very good chance that the total update of both councils' constitutions can be completed in this council year. This would be in advance of the elections for the whichever unitary council Waverley and Guildford turn out to be part of next year, from next year's election. I wish to also advise Council that the simultaneous standard meeting of both committees on the 7th of July agreed to revise the terms of reference to the JCRG so that it would work even better than before, particularly in relation to the Guildford side. The members of the JCRG and any substitutions will now be appointed only from the members of the standards committees. This will greatly help with the continuity of experience and input, even possibly through to the new unitary, if some of the relevant members decide to stand and are actually elected. That then completes the general introduction to these items, and I'll now turn to item 9 specifically. The recommendation from the Standards Committee to full Council is that it adopts the revised access to information procedure rules attached to Appendix 2 to this report and authorise the Council's Monitoring Office to make the necessary changes to Part 4 of the Council's Constitution. I believe, Madam Mayor, I have a seconder for this recommendation. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make some very brief remarks before passing back to you to run the debate. The first thing to say about these rules is that they are mainly statutory in form and the Council is legally obliged to follow them. Therefore, the changes that we're recommending are very limited and only amount to a small amount of text contact and making alterations to layout and format. The reason for these recommendations is that it's extremely important that the general public and councillors have access to full information, or to as much as possible it can be provided to the general public and councillors to take part in debates on council matters. The final thing I'd like to say is that the only risk of this not happening is that the public and officers and councillors become unclear as to the scope and the meaning of the rules, which may fail to exercise the right to access council information. So that's a few introductory remarks. The report is very comprehensive, Madam Mayor. So I pass back to you to run any debate on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rubini, do you wish to speak now?
No, I reserve my right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any speakers? Councillor Austin. And then
Thanks. It's just a point of practicality, really. I understand the red line changes in Appendix 2, but that is Guildford's document. It would have been helpful to see the equivalent to Waverley's document. So we're effectively adopting Guildford's document. I just feel that it would have been helpful if that had been presented in a better way, to be honest, because it's like saying there's 3 bits we're adding in, but actually what we're adding in is a completely different document. Just the presentation of it was not helpful to me. Thank you.
thank you. Councillor Goodrich.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. When the Standards Committee met, they didn't have the track changes and asked for it to be before this council. And now that we have the track changes, they do relate to Guildford's document. And I don't think the Standards Committee were fully aware of that at the time. It might have been on the joint Constitution Review Committee that it was clear, but it certainly wasn't at the Standards Committee. But just, I mean, if you just compare the two, for future reference, anything which has a black frame round it means it's come from Guildford, which I've learned over the years. So that's an easy way of identifying which document you're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ward, and then Councillor Follows.
Okay, thanks. I'm double confused. And even more.
One moment. The monitoring officer is just going to respond to Councillor Goodrich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to check actually for clarity with Councillor Goodrich, whether you were suggesting that the proposals tonight for Waverley's access to information rules weren't presented to the Standards Committee, or simply that you weren't advised that they are the same as Guildford's?
What was provided at the Standards Committee was the proposed, the current rules for both, as they are at the moment, plus the proposed rules.
Yeah.
And we were, the committee, and I'm sure the chairman will confirm, did ask that we had the track changes so that we could understand how the changes had been affected. And now that we've got them, it's quite clear that the track changes relate to the Guildford document, which we are now going to adopt.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Goodrich. So I think the issue is around the presentation
Indeed.
of the papers and the track changes, but I think as Councillor MacLeod's confirmed, what he has presented to Council tonight is what was considered and recommended by the Standards Committee.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hyman.
Okay, just so for our clarification, please, what we're being shown here, because I noticed there weren't track changes for the Standards Committee meeting, decided I couldn't be bothered to try and work it out for myself because, you know, it is hard work to compare documents. So so on page 54 here, we've got a red section, members' rights to access, need to know. And this is something which effectively restricts our right to access to information on the basis that an officer may turn around and say, you don't need to know that, so I'm not going to tell you. All right, so that's what that large box there is telling us here. I think what I've just heard is that we've got a track changes document which tells us the changes that have been made to Guildford's document. So we don't have anything in front of us from that, I'm assuming this, correct me if I'm wrong, please, that we don't have something in front of us showing us what our rules are at the moment and what we are what it's being proposed that we change them to. Is that correct? Do we have a document in front of us right now showing us the difference between where we are before this meeting and where you want us to be after this meeting? Right?
Councillor Hyman, there was a section in this item for questions about clarity. We are now in debate. So I am going to move on to Councillor Follows.
Are you not going to, really honestly, not going to answer that basic question? This is disgraceful, it really is.
Councillor Follows, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I feel obliged as leader of the council to point out that we've had one accusation made against officers tonight and one other, and at least another matter of conduct that I think probably needs to be referred to after this. And I would ask everybody to treat our officers and indeed the mayor with the respect that they're due. Just in terms of the questions Councillor Hyman's asked, I just want to be very clear on item 9, access to procedure rules. You've got, and I'm looking at the online copy of the agenda, which is obviously the one I use all the time. You have 2 appendices, one which is WBC existing ATIP rules, and a second document which is the new aligned rules showing track changes. Now, to be clear, my understanding of what happened here was that in large portions where we discuss the Constitution in the Constitution Review Group and then at standards, there are some elements that we adopt Guildford's view rules because they were better or more recently updated. In some cases, and there have been many, Guildford have adopted Waverley's rules, and that's happened. And there are in some cases where both documents were fundamentally out of date or just wrong, and we've completely changed both of them. Now, it's my understanding in this particular case, and I think I was at the meeting where this was discussed, that the Guildford rules are the more current, more up-to-date rules. And so rather than completely bend the current Waverley ones to be accurate, it's easier to start with the most accurate version of Guildford's in this case and adapt it to suit Waverley, which is what's happened here. And therefore you can see the tracked changes on the original Guildford one so that ours is up to date. There have been multiple occasions, by the way, where this has happened in the reverse. Absolutely, that's happened on several occasions. And as I said, in some cases, we've junked both versions and put a new joint version together because they were both out of date for different reasons. So I think that's what's the case here. But just to be clear, there are 2 very clear appendices in the report, as far as I can see, that detail current, and it's literally called WBC existing rules, and another document that says new aligned rules showing track changes, which it does. I feel morally obliged also to say that when these papers came out, I think Friday, and I do hope those members who have raised issues about what they expect to see and presentation of the papers, I do hope that perhaps rather than this sort of gotcha attitude that you can raise it in full council, I really do hope that you have proactively raised these things with officers in the week up to this. And there's been a response. Now, in the case of this, it's very clear. One's Guildford, one's Waverley, and one's the new one. It's really straightforward. So hopefully that answers your question, Jerry, and hopefully next time that you'll let the mayor do her job without harassment. Thank you.
So could you just clarify how you've answered the question? So am I correct in thinking we do not have
No
a track
questions now.
changes
Thank you,
document?
Councillor Hyman. We're moving on. Are there any other speakers? I see no other speakers. Councillor Rubini, would you like to have your right to?
Thank you. I won't take many seconds, but as far as I'm concerned on the standards debate, Councillor Follows is actually right. We had a huge debate on the tracking, but very little on the content of the actual motion itself. So as far as I'm concerned, it's quite simple. It says here, many of the rules around access to information are statutorily prescribed. Council is legally obliged to follow them. That Guildford will be voting on this, I think it's on the 29th of July, and the hope is that they will do the same as us. I see no reason that we wouldn't pass it tonight. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't want another debate, please, on tracking. Let's get on with it and just pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor MacLeod. Do you have?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to confirm that what Councillor Goodrich said was correct in terms of the meeting of the simultaneous meeting, that there was a mistake made that track changes were not available on the Waverley document. But I would also point out that it's extremely complicated procedure, this simultaneous meeting business. And it's very difficult for officers and for councillors to understand it. It's a very efficient way of doing things, actually. Having the 2 councils meet together simultaneously means that we don't get misunderstanding between the 2 councils. So the fact there's occasional slip up on procedure or rules or documents, I don't think matters all that much. And I think the leader is correct in what he's actually said in terms of this meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. So we move to the recommendation, which is that council resolves to adopt the revised access to information procedure rules attached at Appendix 2 to this report and authorise the council's monitoring officer to make the necessary changes to Part 4 of the council's constitution. Please vote when lights show. So that is carried.
One.
One. 34 for, 2 abstentions and 1 against. That is-
Madam Mayor, could I just ask why we can't see the results as they go on the screen? Because we don't know how people are voting. In the past, we've been able to see it on the screen. Why is that not so tonight?
You shouldn't be able to. You shouldn't be able to, Councillor Martin.
Why not?
Mm.
Well, then we can't see how members are voting. I think that's wrong.
Okay. It's just the numbers, Councillor Martin. And we come on now to agenda item 10, Articles of the Constitution. Are there any questions of clarity on this item? I see none. Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you,
Oh,
Madam
I
Mayor.
beg your pardon.
I proved to be wrong in what I said. Apologies to members for that. So hopefully this item will be less exciting. In terms of this item, Madam Mayor, I have to say, first of all, before I introduce it, I wish to propose an amendment to item 10 on the agenda, which concerns changes to the articles found at part 2 of the Council's constitution. Specifically, I wish to propose that some additional text be inserted in Article T, which on page 79 of the supplementary agenda pack. Article 2.2, which is headed at election and in terms of councillors, sets out how long a councillor's term of office will be and when it starts and finishes. But there's nothing that explains how their terms of office might otherwise come to an end. It would be helpful to both councillors and members of the public to set out the circumstances in which the term of office may come to an end before the 4-year term expires. I therefore propose the following amendment, which I believe we're now going to show on the big screen. I will read through it to help members of the public who may not be able to see it. In Article 2.2, number the existing paragraph as sub-paragraph, open brackets A, close brackets. Insert a new sub-paragraph, open brackets B, close brackets. B, a councillor's term of office may be shorter than a 4-year term if 1, they resign by giving notice to the proper officer of the council, being the monitoring officer, such resignation taking effect immediately upon receipt of the written notice by the proper officer. Second, they are disqualified from continuing to hold office by any of the matters set out in Section 80 and Section 81A of the Local Government Act 1972. Thirdly, they vacate office by failing to attend meetings in accordance with Section 85 of the Local Government Act 1972. Fourthly, they are disqualified by a court upon conviction for the offence under Section 830 or Section 31 of the Localism Acts 2011. Sixthly, I was just getting my numbers right, an election court decides that their election to office was void, or finally, rather sadly, they die in office. So that is the amendment I wish to propose. Again, I believe I have a seconder, Madam Mayor.
I'm always afraid dying in office in these meetings is not a complete impossibility. And it's nice to see that the junior member for Western Commons has prompted something in this chamber to happen. But I need to just ask the proposer of the amendment just to confirm why it's necessary that we have this amendment, just so it's clear, because I think there'll be a few of us here that are not sure why we need it.
Councillor MacLeod?
I think I explained that in the introduction. But was it not understandable? It's basically that.
One moment.
The Article 2.
Sorry, Councillor MacLeod. That was a question, Councillor Follows, and we're
And
in
I
the
withdraw
time of
it,
debate.
considering the time.
Thank you. So are there any, yes, are there any speakers? Yes, Councillor Munro.
I understand there's also another sort of wrinkle to this, that if a member doesn't attend for 6 months, as you say, we're proposing that they automatically cease office. But surely there should be an exception made if full council agrees that 6 month rule doesn't apply. For instance, if someone is seriously ill, convalescing and just can't attend, we should be allowed to say to our fellow member, yes, you can continue. That's what we want.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Murray.
Amendment was proposed.
Yes, we've read out the amendment.
Additional amendment. Councillor Rubini seconded.
Is that an amendment to the amendment?
He reserved his right.
And Councillor Rubini's reserved his right.
Yes.
So we're in debate.
Yes, yes. Councillor Rubini, would you like to reiterate your seconding of the amendment, please?
Yes, I'm happy to second that amendment. Thank you.
And are you reserving your
And the amendment on that amendment.
And you're reserving your right to speak?
I'm reserving my right to speak.
Thank you. So we are properly in debate. Councillor Murray.
Thank you for clarifying that. I'm still very confused as to what is a question and what is a debate. If it's a question, what comes up at the debate, you can't answer it. I mean, it's becoming a bit very, very complicated. And I don't want to go down that road, just going to mention it. But can I just say, is this the definitive list? There's no more other reasons you can get done. Councillor MacLeod, is that it? There's not another thing you've checked, and this the only reasons, then there's no more. Because I'm sure someone's going to come up with one.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I can just clarify, because it seems there is a little confusion. I think Councillor MacLeod has not proposed an amendment this evening. He's proposed an alteration to his original motion in accordance with Council Procedure Rule 15.8. So it is not an amendment, just to be clear, it is an alteration. I believe that he has moved the altered motion in its entirety and that Councillor Rubini has seconded it and reserved his right, and that we are now in the middle of debate. And I believe the Mayor did ask before it was proposed and seconded whether there were any questions of clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there any other speakers? Councillor Hyman. So, Councillor Hyman, if you use your microphone,
I
we
do
might be able
apologise.
to
I
hear.
completely forgot about that. Yes, right. 2.2. It should say election and terms of office of councillors. So I want an amendment to the alteration to the amendment, if I may. Right, if election and terms of office of councillors, not terms of councillors, right? Can we all agree that one? Thank you. Or is it going to be difficult?
Councillor Hyman, can you be absolutely clear if you are proposing a change, please, and what it is?
What were we saying about people dying during council meetings or dying in office? This is cruelty. This is doing my head in.
Keane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, having read all the list of everything, I think most of the councillors here already know that, you know, if they transgress, they're out. If they don't come to a meeting for 6 months, unless there's serious illness, they're out. So I will support this, and I don't understand all the conversation about it when it's sense.
Madam Mayor, may I motion for the question to be put?
Can I second that if you need a second?
Maybe put some move to the vote. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we will move to the vote when lights show. I'll just.
Have we agreed to do that, have we? Because are we not allowed to actually speak to this?
Council follows, you do have a seconder. And would those in favour of moving to the vote please show their hands? Yep. And down. Thank you. Thank you very much. The mover of the motion, Councillor MacLeod, has a right of reply before we move to the vote.
I've got nothing further to add, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
I will read the recommendation, which, as you know, is quite long. Okay, is there a vote not to? When lights show, please vote.
What's the vote on? Councillor Gale asked.
Madam Mayor, just to be clear, anybody that wasn't in the room for the debate is not able to vote. One person has, so we will be deducting one vote in favour from the votes on your screen. Thank you.
That is carried 35 for and 1 abstention. So we move now to agenda item number 11, which is suggested revisions to part 3 of the Constitution, responsibility for functions. Are there any questions on clarity? No. Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I'm very pleased to introduce this item on behalf of the Sanders Committee. I'm sure it will prove to be non-contentious. But I may be wrong. I may be wrong. I think the only thing to say in an introduction to this item is that, as the report says, members' office and residents must be able to understand who's responsible for taking decisions. The recommended amendments to the Council Constitution are set out in the report support sound decision making. The recommendation will be that the Council resolves to approve the amendments to Part 3 of the Constitution, open brackets, responsibility for functions, close brackets, as set out in Appendix 2 of this report. And secondly, the Council authorises the monitoring officer to make the necessary changes to the Council's Constitution, Part 3, responsibility for functions, together with any consequential amendments. Again, I believe I have a seconder for this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Rubini.
I reserve my right.
And you reserve your right. Thank you. Councillor Hyman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did actually want clarification on a question, but you were so quick of moving straight
Yes,
on.
I'm sorry, that has moved. We are now in debate.
Okay. This is quite an interesting thing for us to debate, because we've got a list of tasks which are the roles of the executive and the council, well, the council anyway. And if I refer us back to page 84, which I wanted to speak about a minute ago, because it's highly relevant to stuff that's been going on recently. So listen, folks, go back to page 84, look at in the middle of it, the black bit that hasn't been changed, and look at 4.1 definitions, policy framework. So it's 4.1A Roman little 8, right? VIII. Okay, look at that one, and it says that the council's job is any other plan or strategy, whether statutory or non-statutory, in respect of which the council from time to time determines that the decision on its adoption or approval should be taken by full council rather than the executive. That, of course, is precisely what we did on January the 25th regarding CIL, I would say, and it's an important one for us to have in there, which says that we as the council can decide it's our business and not the executives, if we make such a motion, as we did at the time. Now we are back up to page 141 and all the other pages that are like it. Right? Do all these, we've got all the pretty pictures and the boxes, all of which I'm perfectly happy with, and I would imagine other people are too, but do these override that 4.1A8 Roman numerals, or do they not? Because I want to know that. That's the important thing. And if you just finally turn to page 141, and the last two letters of box 1 on page 141 talks about accordance with the provisions of Article XX, which could be little Roman 20, but I think it's just not been filled in with the right number. And could I just point out that you could clarify that for me? But I'm not allowed to ask a question, so sorry. That's a bit.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Are there any other speakers? No, there are a couple of people who went out, so they won't be able to vote, Councillor Gale. That's you. And Councillor Heath not even back yet, so that's all right. So we'll come to the vote. Would you like me to read the recommendation? No? Oh, Councillor Rubini, I beg your pardon. Do you wish to, you have a right to speak?
I do, don't I? But to be honest, I think I'll just shut up and let you on with the vote, please.
And Councillor MacLeod, would you like to sum up?
Again, nothing to add, Madam Mayor, thank you.
So we'll move to the vote. When lights show, please vote. Councillor Gale?
Before you gave the information, maybe he didn't hear. About not voting if you'd left the room.
Well, you can't vote because you did leave the room.
Yes, that's right. Councillor Higgins came back after you'd said
Yes,
that.
I beg your pardon, Councillor Higgins, you can't vote because you also left the room.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're just going to take the vote again. So if councillors could please check that they're only voting if they're able to. Thank you. Yes, if you could all please vote again, please. So you've all voted a second time. That's fine. Please stop. I think there may be some people that haven't voted.
Voted 24 people in
So we have 22 votes in favour. Sorry. 23
in favour.
now, in favour?
We need to not keep.
And that's all. So I
And
assume
two
that's all that
abstentions.
have voted, Madam Mayor.
So that is carried. Thank you very much. We come now to agenda item number 12, and everybody on the planning committee must now leave the room. Councillor Monroe.
Oh, no, it's not. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I could remind you in 12 minutes' time, we'll be deciding whether we need to go home or stay for a bit longer. Just before we start the debate, could I remind you that the meat of the report is in exempt. So could everybody be very careful that any questions, any debate does not stray into exempt matters. If there's a feeling that we ought to go into exempt anyway, then that's what we'll do. But I hope people will agree we'll try and stay out of exempt if we can, so that people listening in know exactly what's happening. So with that, any questions of clarity on item 12, please? Councillor Goodrich.
Yes, I see under paragraph 8, no mention is made of consultation with the parish council. Could I ask whether the parish council has been consulted over this matter or not?
Matter for you, I think.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Goodrich. This has gone through a process, as you'll see within the document. You'll see that the parish council has been involved within this project.
Any other questions of clarity? No, so let's go to Councillor Mrs. Tando. Would you like to move the motion, please? And you've got a seconder, I presume.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to move the motion as per the errata as well that has been distributed, and I believe I have a seconder. Thank you.
Happy to second. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Would you like me to continue? Thank you. First of all, I will try and keep this brief because I know it's been a long evening. I'd like to thank officers for their hard work on this project. It is an important addition to recreational facilities in Cranley and for the surrounding villages too, which have experienced significant development over the past few years. As you will see from your papers, this project is fully funded by both secured Section 106 funding and already allocated SIL. And tonight you are approving the budget and some delegated powers with regard to the matters concerning the contract for the land purchase and construction of the new skate park. The new skate park, I can assure you, has been long anticipated and will be a much needed and necessary upgrade from the existing skate park. And you won't be surprised to know that there is a huge amount of interest in this project already and in its design. There are some extremely enthusiastic future users of this facility lining up. The new skate park represents a fantastic opportunity to build a new and exciting community space on a new site, one that contributes to health and well-being across a broad mix of users. And as we move forward, the team is committed to working with local stakeholders to ensure that this is a project that the community have a genuine stake in. And I, for one, can't wait to see it open, although I can assure you that I will be admiring it from the sidelines. This is a really positive step for Cranley and the surrounding villages, and I do hope that it will be supported by members. Thank you.
Any other speakers, please? Councillor Austin, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I as a regular skate park frequenter, as a parent, sadly, I go there quite a lot. Cranley existing skate park with my sons, and just to say, I think this is really great for Cranley. And as a Cranley school parent, I am really pleased to see that the area that's been shortlisted has more space than just for a skate park. So I'm just forwarding that a pump track or paddle or all of these things are things that would be good news for Cranley generally. Just one word really of surprise is that I'm surprised that the documents apparently say that Cranley Parish Council has been consulted, because having spoken to Cranley Parish councillors, they were not aware and they were surprised to see the agenda items. So I know I'm aware the portfolio holder is a Cranley Parish councillor herself. I'm chair of a parish council, and I would be quite surprised if this happened on my patch and I was not kept apprised of what was happening. So that is a slightly negative, sadly, point, but overall, very good news, and glad to see the SIL and Section 106 are being spent on this.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hyman.
Absolutely brilliant that we got to upgrade to a skate park. I've been asking since 2017 for £15,000 so that we can have the floodlights which were for Farnham Skate Park. Still hasn't been done. So, but £650,000.
Councillor, I just want to warn you, careful not to stray into exempt. You're
No,
okay.
I think that's
You're
in open,
you're
isn't it?
okay at the moment, but
I
just
think
be
that's
careful.
in open. I just find it impossible to believe that residents will think that sounds sensible. £650,000. Question mark. I can't say anything else.
Thank you. And Councillor Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Like Councillor Austin, my children use the skate park, and I know there's a big concern of parents that when the leisure centre plans were going ahead that maybe something like this would be lost. So it's all credit to the council to actually make sure that there is a new skate park, and equally I know there's been a campaign by residents to look at pump tracks for bicycles and scooters. So if there's any possibility for doing that, then I would ask for the design team to look at those options as well. But no, as I say, very happy to see this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Mrs. Reid.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to say, as a former parish councillor and currently a Waverley Borough councillor, but not in the ward where the skate park will be built, I'm very, very impressed with a lot of new skateboard parks that are in Hertfordshire, where my son lives. And I hope, as has been forementioned, that the design team will have a look at those in and the surrounding London, because they are absolutely first rate. And it's so lovely to see people using skate parks. It's a very levelling experience for all children and parents watching too. It encourages an awful lot of turn taking, which is excellent. And all these experiences help children become really good members of communities. And this is why I really would like to support it on behalf of my residents in Cranley East. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands, so, oh yes, I do. Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to put out a cry for the portfolio holder to also put on the list of facilities we might like to see on this site of pickleball. During my recent visit to the States, I played a game of pickleball, even at my great age, and I find that it's something that I can do. So please that we have a pickleball court there as well. Thank you.
Nobody else, so Mr. Merriweather, Councillor Merriweather.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Pickle, paddle, I'll figure it out one of these days. Yeah, I just wanted to, if I can, just draw out a couple of things without straying over the line. Yes, the total cost is £647,000. And in the pink papers on page 66, residents would be reassured to know that there is that we are looking at a detailed breakdown of that number, which includes such things as the purchase of the land and other costs and expenses that you would expect when something is being something that is very safety focused is being built for our residents. The residents will also be encouraged to know that this is being funded entirely from developer infrastructure contributions and not from their taxes. And if I can just put in one other notable point for me, that this is a very, very, very good example of where we are holding funds on our balance sheet for Section 106 and SIL. This was approved and allocated at the 31st of March 2025, and I'm sorry that it has been misrepresented otherwise.
Thank you very much. Stand it.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just to say that this has been going on for a number of years actually, and we've been looking at several sites across the village, as you will be aware, and even a site that was on the parish council lands. They are fully aware that we are looking at particular sites, and obviously there will need to be a planning permission, and there'll be an opportunity for full consultation should that go ahead, obviously subject to your approval. So I think, you know, the options for the site, there are obviously other options, pickle, paddle, whatever. I mean, there is a thriving pickle club, I think, Councillor Reid, so maybe I'll put you in contact with them. So you can have a game. But I think this is long awaited. The current skate park, whilst there may be, you know, users here, will know that it is pretty dated and it really needs upgrading, and this will be a fantastic opportunity. I'm very aware of the request for a pump track, and I've already had people contacting me. Obviously, you know, this was in the executive papers previously, so you know, obviously whatever we can do, we're going to co-design it with some of the users of the skate park. We'll be arranging that, and obviously in connection with the parish council, they will be obviously heavily involved as one of the stakeholders. So this is a huge opportunity for Waverley to secure more recreational facilities for Cranley and for the surrounding villages as well. And I know it's going to be greatly received and a hugely well-used facility as well. So hopefully members will be able to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I propose not to read out the recommendation, but I'll ask for a show of hands. Is this agreed, please?
It's unanimous, Mr. Deputy.
Good, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. An interesting thing, we have just passed 10 o'clock, literally by seconds, and the Constitution says the person presiding at the time, which is me, should then ask whether we should stay for an extra half hour or whether we should all go home. And so I put the motion to you that we stay for half an hour. So if you agree with that, please raise your hand. If you don't agree, please raise your hand. Right, we're here for another half hour. And can we call everybody back?
Yeah.
No, we were still in the middle of this item.
No, it's 10 o'clock. We finished this item.
No, my watch is accurate to the second. I get your point, Susan, but I was watching.
Are we at the wrong time? Did it pass?
Oh, yes, unanimously. And we're here for another half hour. We passed the witching hour of 10 o'clock.
Yes.
So I asked whether they wanted to go, yeah, I was presiding at the time.
Yes.
Personally, I would go home, but.
Yes.
I think we will do. I worry that the A3 often gets closed down at about 10. So it's going to take me 3 hours to get home.
Where do you live?
Surbiton, so
Oh, right, that should be. Yeah, the A3, of course, the Risley jump.
it gets closed down. SCC, but they often get the signs wrong. So it gets sent to the circle. So that's all fun.
Thank you, everybody. We come to agenda item number 13, which is motions to council. Councillor Austin, over to you. And may I just ask if you have a seconder?
I have a seconder, thank you.
Who's the second, Madam Mayor? Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our council group brings forward this motion because public trust has been lost in how Waverley is administering community infrastructure levy. SIL was created to serve communities, but there is a growing sense that Waverley's application of SIL processes were unfair, opaque, and overly punitive. Only yesterday, we were all sent a document summarising the experiences of 12 Waverley residents. These are homeowners, law-abiding citizens, acting in good faith, who have been hit with unexpected 5- and even 6-figure SIL bills. Many of them were unaware of even of the existence of SIL. Some were not even sent liability notices directly. I suspect many of my fellow councillors reading the evidence will share the mortification and shame I felt about their treatment. I'm sorry to report that there are more. I was contacted by 3 further victims recounting their experiences last Friday alone. Last week, Sir Jeremy Hunton MP and I met the Housing Minister, who confirmed to us that SIL was indeed never intended to penalise householders making modest improvements to their own homes or building their own home. We came away from the meeting confident that SIL legislation was being dealt with going forwards, but that does not provide redress for historic unfair charges. We are told that our council is simply following the law, but if that was the whole story, why are these significant clusters of cases only appearing here in Waverley and in West Berkshire? That points to something particular in the way we are administering and enforcing SIL. FOIs of all councils, SIL charging authorities to date, demonstrate other councils do enforce SIL more pragmatically. For example, many contact applicants to remind them if they forgot a form, or they allow grace periods for submission. A number blanket just do not enforce SIL for householder applications. We need to understand at Waverley what has gone wrong here, to investigate as a council whether we contributed to issues by failing to provide clear signposting, support and guidance to residents navigating what is a highly complex and technical process. Waverley must answer the charges put to it, which are stated that it coerced or trapped or strong-armed residents into these huge payments by any action that it may have taken or it may have failed to take. Did our council take a proactive approach of informing relevant parties at every stage, from validation of the planning application to the decision stage and beyond, as other councils demonstrate they do? And then in seeing our residents in deep distress, did our council listen? Did it provide support? In short, did Waverley set householders up to fail? The evidence from victims points towards Waverley enforcing those failures with the full weight of the law. Consequently, the conclusion many have reached is that SIL was and is an exercise in revenue collection. That's why this motion calls on the executive to commission an independent review into the administration and enforcement of SIL, to be carried out by an organisation such as the Planning Officers Society. Let's answer the questions, produce clear recommendations, publish the findings, act on those findings, including, where appropriate, widening the current refund or review process to address these historic issues. The review would work in parallel with, support and inform the work of the newly established Executive Working Group, ensuring that its decisions are based on evidence and best practice, not guesswork. West Berkshire recognised the need for independent oversight and commissioned a review in 2023, costing £15,000. It took a couple of months, involved interviews and lots of evidence gathering. Their report led to the introduction of the discretionary review policy, meaningful changes to how SIL is enforced, and most importantly, it helped to restore public confidence in their council's integrity. Now, I know some will say, well, we already have a review. Yes, a narrow review process has been put in place by the executive, but there are two major barriers for it to work. And first, any applicants must agree there will be no further right of appeal, giving up their right to challenge any outcome, regardless of how unfair or fair it may be. Second, the review will refund only where the council has made a mistake, so it cannot help the majority impacted. Given the above, why? Why would victims even apply? I suspect the answer is that they won't. And on this point, I must clarify, at no point have I asked or suggested that these applicants should not. I have suggested that they should. This is the only way we will get independent oversight of the whole issue. This is not a witch hunt. But if we believe in accountability, we must welcome the opportunity to look critically at how SIL has been handled here and how it can be done better. Earlier this year, we came together, cross-party, to support our residents. It is my hope we can do so again today, and I ask you to support this motion, all of you. We should have nothing to fear from an independent review and everything to gain. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Coburn, do you reserve your right to speak?
I do, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fairclough.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Under Council Procedure Rule 14, which provides that a councillor may move without notice a motion to postpone consideration of a motion, I would like to propose a motion to postpone consideration of Councillor Austin's motion until this council has seen the results of the discretionary review process approved by the Waverley Executive on the 1st of July 2025. My proposal is that Councillor Austin's motion be postponed for at least 6 months and be reconsidered in the light of both the findings of the independent review of householder cases and the workings of the Waverley Executive Working Group at the Waverley Full Council meeting on the 26th of January 2026. And I believe I have a seconder.
Happy to second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Higgins, do you reserve your right to speak?
I will reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you. So, councillors, we now debate that. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Many here hold up West Berkshire Council as the holy grail when it comes to resolving household sill complaints. And certainly I admire what they've managed to achieve, and I will work towards the same outcome for our residents. However, like it or not, this council has decided to do things differently, but let me come back to that shortly. Let's look at the POS report provided to West Berkshire by the Planning Officers Society. First of all, it did not take just a couple of months to complete, as suggested by Councillor Atkins. I hold up Exhibit A, which is the POS report, which is dated April 2024 on the cover, and on page 5 inside of the report, it states they were appointed to undertake the review in the autumn of 2023. Now, in anyone's book, that's 6 months and not the speedy outcome members or affected residents would wish. And to think this administration were accused earlier this year of kicking the can down the road when we suggested a cross-party working group. The discretionary review scheme at West Berkshire was not created by POS. I hold up Exhibit B, which is the West Berkshire Executive Report, and it was created by members and officers at West Berkshire. Let me go back to how this council's executive has agreed to proceed. This Thursday, the Cross-Party Sill Review and Reform Executive Working Group will meet in this council chamber with a much wider remit than simply to undertake a review of the customer journey, a la POS. So, Madam Mayor, it does make sense that for 6 months at least, we avoid the unnecessary duplication of effort and just get on with the job of providing the outcome our residents seek. I have worked on several executive working groups, and I can assure Councillor Atkins, we do not use... Oh, sorry. That we do not use guesswork. And apologies to Councillor Atkins and Councillor Austin. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Follows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I only say a couple of bits on this because the executive have definitely had a lot to say on this over the past few months. I'm a believer that we should, where possible, try and establish a position based on evidence, particularly in how we establish a proportional response to an issue. We have set up 2 processes, one being the discretionary review and the other being the Sill Reform and Review Group that is looking at, I believe, a pretty broad spectrum of the issues that have been raised on this matter. I contend that the discretionary review, particularly subject to the amendment that I made to it myself, executive, offers no barrier to any resident that is potentially feels that they have an issue to raise here. And that does not, of course, limit it to the issues raised in regards to liability notices. We were very clear that it could consider those other matters, and indeed the independent reports that it will generate on a 3, 6 and then 9-month basis will allow us to come back to this in 6 months and look at the evidence to see whether there is a need to do a further review. Therefore, take the evidence and make a proportionate response to that evidence. The other supplementary issue I really do have is that we have a finite number of officers in this authority, a finite capacity to deliver action on any given subject. I think it is clear that we need to make sure those residents who do feel that they are impacted and have a concern about not just SIL, but how they were charged and the process for that, can go through that discretionary review. Now, whilst we have an independent person conducting that discretionary review, there will be quite a lot of work for our officers in making sure that the files are prepared, the details of the reports, all of these other issues that officers will have to have some kind of input into here in this authority. Now, I would say to all of you, we all understand the importance of making sure this discretionary review works. And I don't want to take officers off the line from doing that and making sure the discretionary review can act as we have all intended it to do. I don't want to take officers off the line in doing that review. I think actually it will be a detriment to those residents who want to apply for that review and for them to expect a fair hearing. And honestly, if we then see issues coming out of those discretionary reviews, which, as I've mentioned several times, are public reports, then we can look at that evidence. We can look at that details. We can see where there have been issues. We are, through the reform group, already looking at the enforcement side of it from this Thursday, indeed, when Liz will gavel it in. This is, I think, premature. And we should be a council that is based on evidence, and we should let our officers do the job that we have now all agreed they need to do, which is conduct this discretionary review and put our emphasis and our focus on that. And that is why I support this motion to bring this back, so that we can consider this in the light of the evidence in 6 months, while cracking on the work that those residents with a concern on this have clearly identified that they need. So I commend this motion and will be supporting it fully.
Thank you. I have 3 other speakers, Councillors Coburn, Goodridge and Merriweather. Councillor Coburn.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think one of the reasons I get so emotional about this is that we seem to lack in this council chamber any sign of urgency for these people that have been affected. I can understand what you're saying. Let's kick it down again 6 months, another 6 months, another 6 months. But I spent this afternoon on the phone, and Councillor Murray knows this because I phoned him up afterwards, and I was still quite upset about it because I had a phone call from one of my residents in the Bourne, and as I say, copied in Councillor Murray, who is really under distress now. I mean, the man is in pieces. He thought he'd come to an arrangement with the enforcement officers, who were charming. He had no problem with them. And then he got what he called to me a threatening letter from the officers that he'd spoken to after they had gone to other places to speak to the lawyers, and I think the head of planning's name was mentioned. Now, I'm not saying that's evidence. I'm just saying that it's true because I was there and I heard it. I went to that meeting before where I heard 20 people, I don't know how many were there, all who were suffering now. Now, you can't say to these people, well, I'm terribly sorry, you've sold your house, would give another 6 weeks or other 6 months and we'll come up with something else. What we're trying to do now is to put something in place that might just help some of these residents. It's not a great deal to ask that we actually look at our processes, the processes that started, let's face it, in the dark ages as far as SIL was concerned, and see whether we have the evidence that we can use in the reviews. We're doing this, as far as I'm concerned, completely the wrong way around. I'm on the EWG and I will work as hard as I can to get the enforcement policy working properly. But that is far too late for the people that are already badly affected. And they are badly affected. You know, this is not something you can toss off. If you've just had to sell your house, if you're at home nursing somebody who is so ill because of the worry about this, and we are saying, oh, well, don't worry, we've put in a review. It's not quite what you wanted, but it'll do something. What we are saying is, let's do something at the same time. Have the review. do what we want to do, see if we can get these reports. But what is the problem with just asking somebody to look at our processes between 2018 and now and see whether we got it right in 18, 19, 20? I don't know. But I do know that what we're doing is having a terrible impact. And I mean that. These people are in pieces. I'm not an actress. I'm not doing this for any reason. I am so upset by the stories that I've heard. And they are not the same. You know, they all come at it from a slightly different angle. They all obviously have different amounts of problems, some of them financial, others, as I say, in terms of their mental health. But what we are asking in this motion is to do something now, something that might feed into the process a little more quickly than postponing it again and having another meeting and another meeting every 6 months. You know, what are we here for? I did not sign up to make life difficult for any of my residents. And that's what I am doing at the moment as a member of this council. Thank you.
Councillor Goodridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm against delay of this matter. I think the sooner that we have transparency as to what has happened in the past and how we're going forward, the better. I'm anxious about the reputation of this council, and the more we decide to mark our own homework and do things the way we want to do it without actually getting an independent person around, the better it is that we get on with it. I have strong concerns that on a smaller scale, we have a potential scandal of the sort of post office type, which was mentioned, I think, at the very beginning of this meeting. And the sooner we can get a report to show either that the council actually behaved extremely well and so on and so forth, or that we didn't, the better. What we're in effect now being asked to do is to push this in the long grass for 6 months in the hope that we can sort out the problem internally without having to go transparently to what the council has been doing. I feel passionately too that these people need to have their say, they need an inquiry, they can talk to the independent person in this inquiry about their problems, and we can get it resolved in parallel to what we're doing already. I'm on the enforcement panel or whatever it's called on Thursday, and would want to push that forward as fast as possible. But we can do this at the same time so that we can get things done and that we don't have on our conscience the problems that the post office had, because on a smaller scale, I think that this is a hot potato that I would have thought the current executive would want to have sorted sooner rather than later publicly, so that the council's reputation can be cleared. But delaying it just makes things worse.
Thank you, Councillor Merriweather.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Coburn and Councillor Goodridge are both on the executive working group, which starts on Thursday. I agree with them. I'm against delay. I'm concerned about a lot of the statements that have been made by my colleagues in this room with prejudice, but I am more concerned by the claims that I have been sent and that I've heard about the circumstances of some of our residents. And I can't think of a faster or a fairer way to get to the bottom of what's happened to them than by pressing ahead with what we've already agreed to do, which is to have the discretionary review without further delay. To cobble it up with a process review and God knows what else will only distract our resources. I want to find out what happened and I want to deal with it. But I think that the only way to do that fast and fairly for our residents is to get on with what we've committed to do. No 6-month review of the customer journey or anything like that. I want to see the evidence. I want to see the evidence. I've read the claims and I want to see the evidence to back it up. And there's only one way to do that, and that's to get on with what we've agreed to do.
Thank you. I have 3 other speakers, councillors Hyman, Murray and Hussaini. Councillor Hyman.
I don't think
and
we're
then
going to have
Weldon.
time to be able to fit everybody in, but if we can, as quickly as possible, Councillor Cohen was looking for an answer, and I think the answer's there. I think it's fairly simple. And Councillor Merriweather is talking about wanting to see the evidence. If I will support this, or would support this, I disagree with it starting from the 1st of March 2019, because the actual decision was made on the 31st of October 2018. In this chamber. There was a special executive at 5 o'clock in the evening, followed by a special council at 10 o'clock. You can go and watch the webcast. It's on the Waverley website. I can send you the documents. I can send you links if you want to. You'll find that the decision that was made, the advice that we received in the chamber at the time, when putting this through, was and everybody voted for it in favour of adopting this. At paragraphs 1.5 and 1.6 on page 236 of the agenda reports pack of that day, it said, "Who will pay CIL?" question mark. Para 1.5 said, "CIL will be applied to most buildings that people normally use and where more than 100 square metres of floor space net or a new dwelling is created, even if it's less than 100 square metres." So clearly only for, it's not going to be paid for householder applications under 100 square metres net. And at 1.6, there will be no charge for change of use applications unless additional floor space is created, as well as none for the subdivision of existing dwellings. CIL is also not payable on structures into which people don't go, all affordable housing, custom and self-built housing, redevelopments that do not result in a net increase in floor space, subject to caveats, and development for charitable purposes. So we made it absolutely clear what we voted for, what we were told at the time, was this is not about householders. It is not. It is for developers. All household applications, they don't pay. There were no caveats there of saying, oh, you might get caught, right? We were told, residents were told from that day that they were not, household applications were not subject to CIL. Now, why would you be expected to go and get yourself a lawyer, pay for legal advice when the people who are administering this are telling you, and it's been through Waverley's lawyers, they're the ones to blame, no doubt, but they're not working here anymore, so forget that bit. You know, we've got a new set of lawyers, I'm quite sure, throughout. It's our fault. People were told wrong. Why can't we just admit it? Why can't we simply say, OK, forget all this guff that everybody's giving it this evening, or we don't need it. We just admit we got it wrong. Any householder applications, unless our officers have made it perfectly clear in writing to the householder that it could attract CIL, contrary what they might expect from when we adopted it, before commencement of development. If we haven't, we're wrong, aren't we? We've got to before they commence development. So as far as I'm concerned, it's easy. We don't need the rest of the guff. I'll vote in favour of this, of Councillor Atkins' motion, because we need an investigation. But no, I don't want this to be put off. I want an investigation. I want it stopped now on the basis of we know we're guilty. Why not admit it and settle up with people? Why waste time?
One moment. It is late. It's been a long evening, but it's very important not to disrespect councillors. It is important to give them the full respect of their correct name. Councillor Austin, Councillor Follows. Thank you. It is now 1 minute before 10:30.
So you can take one more speaker.
We can take one more speaker.
It's just gone to 10:30.
It is 10:30, so we can take a vote to continue. We're taking a vote to continue. So when the lights show, please vote whether or not to continue. Yes.
Yes, to continue the time of the meeting. To continue the meeting.
Please raise your hands if you want to continue.
That's fine. So we continue for another half an hour.
So we continue for another half hour. Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And colleagues, thank you for staying on for this really important debate. I know we haven't had an opportunity to debate it in this chamber, and I think that was a mistake. And I think we needed to vote it. We need to get it out because we all care about this issue greatly. And I hear exactly what Councillor Coburn so very eloquently and passionately said about the person in the Bourne today and all the other ones I've read. So I know we're all absolutely engaged in this, and that was my issue from the very beginning. And I'm glad that people, all our councillors, have got engaged in it. I think what's to lose? Let's have a review alongside it. I know you said it took 6 months. That's fine. What we're going to do? Delay it for 6 months? Why not just have this review, which will take 6 months, and then continue, and then in 6 months we can then sit down and have another debate about what the thing is. So I think this will send a clear message to all the SIL people. We can say to them when they come with us with their issue, which will happen today, and it was a very emotive subject. What can we say to them? We can say we're having an independent review of all our practices at Waverley. And what's to hide? What's to lose? We all have it. I remember we were sitting here a year ago where we were discussing an independent review about collaboration. Nobody argued that wasn't a good idea. We all went, it needed political will that you wanted to find out the information about collaboration to make your point of whether it was good or not or whatever it was. But on this, we're fudging it and saying, oh, we can't have a review. I know you're trying to delay it for 6 months, Paul, but we're not trying, let's send a message to these people who are desperate that we're taking it seriously and we're doing everything in our power to try and fix it for them. If we just say we're going to put it off for 6 months, that is not answering the question. And I know you might say that is not the case, but anyway, I'll leave it at that because it's a late night. That's where I stand on it. We need to have as much openness and transparency as possible.
Thank you. We have several other speakers, Councillor Hussaini, followed by Councillor Weldon. Councillor Hussaini.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Frankly, I'm quite shocked that we're actually considering kicking the can down the road another 6 months. These people are desperate, and it's just incomprehensible to me that we're going to delay this even further. I share the concern that there is amongst SIL victims that the current approach to reviewing the SIL process at Waverley is too narrow in scope to address the real issues. The proposed internal review lacks the independence and credibility needed to rebuild trust, particularly as it offers no further right of appeal once a decision has been made. The agreed upon review process itself openly acknowledges it will only consider a limited aspect of the SIL cases. All of this has struck fear into SIL victims who now question whether it is worth coming forward at all and feel apprehensive about who they can trust. We cannot and should not expect residents to engage with a process they fundamentally view as inadequate or predetermined. If we fail to address the real concerns transparently and thoroughly, this issue will continue to escalate, both in public perception and in media scrutiny. The number of residents coming forward is increasing, and there is a clear risk to the council's reputation if we are seen to act unfairly. And again, I come back to ponder the question of what exactly was wrong with following the West Berkshire Council model, which would have saved so much of the agony that SIL charge affected residents in Waverley have experienced. It has been suggested that we cannot follow the successful West Berkshire model because we must keep within the law. The implication, of course, is that another council has acted outside of the law. I still have not seen anyone with the courage to explicitly state that West Berkshire did not obey the law. There are certainly lessons to be learned. We heard at the start of this meeting the harrowing experiences of SIL victims delivered to us by Steve Daly. West Berkshire Council decided to take a different approach and have been celebrated for restoring trust in their council and repaying victims. This is why I will be backing an independent review. It's not just about the process, it's about restoring confidence that the council is prepared to act in the best interests of its residents.
Thank you, Councillor Weldon.
Thank you. I fully support the motion to not to postpone the review, but to postpone the second review. First of all, I completely understand the anxiety and the frustration and the concerns of residents. We have a problem. We clearly have a problem with the regulations. But we must recognize these regulations were put in place way back in 2018. That is why we need to review the regulations. We have a discretionary review. What I don't understand, first of all, is why, when we proposed this discretionary review, when this came up once before, the Conservatives voted against it. If they voted against the review now, why do they now want a review on top of the review that we already have? I really don't get it. And secondly, I really don't understand why now in 2025, the opposition is so agitated about regulations that they put in place 7 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weldon. Councillor Hess, then Councillor Gale. Councillor Hess.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I heard correctly from Councillor Austin earlier, it was said that there would be no right of appeal. And I think reviews would only be available to those applicants where it was the council's fault. Yeah. So that leaves a lot of people who made mistakes with their form filling, or their forms were filled out for them by agents who won't be able to get a discretionary review. And I've got 2 in my ward, and I can tell you I've got one who has a 3 square meter glazed extension to their lounge, cost I think £20,000, and they have a £53,000 CIL charge. And that mistake was made by their agent, and therefore they will not be eligible for a discretionary review. How wrong is that? Are they? And
Through the chair. Whoa. Councillor Hess.
well, I've been shouted down, so I'm obviously wrong. So maybe somebody else would like to pick up this point. But I do know that the stress is huge. And to delay an independent view, as being proposed, for 6 months, puts it completely in the hands of our own executive working board. And if it's found against them, they've got nowhere to go. And some of these people can't afford these bills. Why are you frowning at me?
Thank you. We'll move on
Okay, that's
to
all I've got to say.
Councillor Gale, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we've got to the point where we should put everything we can into this to try and sort it out. And if that means having an independent review whilst the executive working group is also looking at it, I don't think that's a bad thing. I can't understand why. Could Mr. Follows please not make comments? Thank you. I can't understand why anyone would want to delay everything by 6 months. We've seen these people suffering. It was back in January when we thought we were heading in the right direction, and people like Mr. Daly thought we were heading in the right direction, and then it's all gone on spaghetti junction. It's going all over the place. So we've got to the point tonight where there is something happening on Thursday, which is our councillors are going to get together and start looking at the documents and try to work out what's happening. And I believe the officers are going to take us through those documents, and we can read them carefully and come to some decisions there. If we have an independent review at the same time, I really can't see what the harm is in that. And I had the very first person write to me this week from my ward who's had to pay 120,000 plus for an extension, purely because it was over the period when SIL came in and the paperwork wasn't completed correctly, and they had to stop building. When they started building again, it had to be reviewed, and that's it, £120,000, and they had no option but to pay it. They couldn't afford it. They've got mortgages to pay it. So we are looking at a lot of cases. That's the first one that's personally come to me, and that was this week. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Beeman, Councillor Martin and Councillor Liz Townsend. Councillor Beeman.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Right, I think we're all getting a bit confused, a bit hot-headed here, but I would say this. There are two separate strands. First of all is the discretionary review that's taking place, under which, as far as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, the definition of how, council being at fault is as wide as possible. Is that not correct? And it is being conducted by an independent person. Agreed. Right. Set two. The second strand is the executive working group, which is going to gather evidence. Now, I can see there could be a problem if there's going to be an independent review on top of that running at the same time. But I would say this. During the time of this, I think that the points that were made by Steve Daly are quite sincere. It's all very well you getting a letter and saying you're not acting on it, but a letter which says you could threaten with imprisonment or a sort of procedure or property is in fact a threat, whether we take it one way or another. Therefore, I would like to say that we would only move to the postponement of this for independent review at the same time that there would be a complete moratorium on further civil demand notices being sent out by this authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I think transparency is the issue. I think we need external review, and only external review will put this right. And I think we need to do it now. And I thought that George Murray was great in what he said. We need to collectively have the political will to get on and do this. And I don't think we're doing it properly at the moment. And I think Councillor Hussaini made a very good contribution. So I think that we absolutely should be doing that now. And I think the trouble with the review that we looked at and approved a few weeks ago is that it isn't very wide, and you can't then appeal later. And it's only where mistakes are made by the council. And I think it's too narrow in its application. I hear the words that are said, but I read the words that were down there in what we approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liz Townsend.
Thank you, thank you. And I do think that we need to bring some clarity into what this council has actually agreed. And we've actually agreed a raft of measures, and one of them is the discretionary review, and it is being misrepresented here. You are saying it's narrow. It has been opened up to individual householder applications. It's also an error of the council has not been defined, so that can be looked into and it can be interpreted widely. People here are putting fear into people and are deliberately misrepresenting it. And I can only think that some of it is for political gain, because actually, no, you are misrepresenting what we have actually said we would do. A discretionary review by an independent person. You can shake your head as much as you like, but that's what it feels like to me. Also, we have also set up the cross-party working group. And if you don't have any confidence in your members on that and the other members on that cross-party to bring forward, we had the terms of reference on the 3rd of June that were outlined in the papers. We've also committed straight away on Thursday to looking at the enforcement policy and to be able to use discretion. When you introduced this back in 2018-19, when it was adopted, you didn't even think about an enforcement policy, didn't even think about how we were going to portray this. So actually, we are now playing catch up. So now we are looking at the enforcement policy. We want to make it so that we are using as much discretion as we possibly can. SIL is inflexible. If you are saying, Councillor, I'm sorry, Councillor Hyman, you've got it wrong. SIL extensions are exempt, but they have to apply for an exemption. You cannot start development before you have that exemption. I'm sorry, I am talking now. I am talking. So I'm sorry, it is inflexible. We've lobbied government on this and, you know, we've sent a letter and I'm really glad they do seem to be listening and they do seem to be recognising that this one-size-fits-all approach that covers householders and also large developers is just not working. And I would be the first to say that. And, you know, any of you councillors, if people are contacting you, please get them to apply for a review. It's being done by an independent person. There will be work by officers who will need to gather the evidence for that independent person. We have got a finite resource here. We cannot put more pressure on officers running around finding information when what we want to deliver most urgently for people is the very best outcome we can, that we take away that liability notice and we refund them their money. And I do feel that we need to join together and recognise the huge advances that we've made to try and make this situation right and not carrying on. Just, I'm sorry, kicking it down the road with another review. Our officers, and I'm sorry, but our officers want to make this right, want to try and carry out a review for people, do not want people to suffer distress at all. And they are suffering distress. The barbs that have been thrown at them about trapping people, about trying to, what was it, you know, keeping, what did Councillor Hussaini said something tonight. I mean, we really have to recognise that these officers really want to make this work, that they want to work towards really good outcomes for our residents. Nobody wants this to carry on in this current place at all. We are looking at the charging schedule. Officers are working on that now, which has to be independently reviewed. We are looking at the allocation policy. Officers are doing that now. We cannot put these people under even more stress. What they want to deliver is the best outcomes for our residents, and that's what we need to do. Delay this for 6 months, quite happy to look at it then, when we have more evidence and we have tried to help people.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, this is all getting quite emotional. We're actually, please correct me if I'm wrong, as I'm not allowed to ask you a question. We are actually debating postponing the motion, are we not? Yet most of us are actually talking about the motion in ways. Now, I had quite a lot written down that I wanted to say about the motion, and I actually am quite sad that there is a possibility we will be denied the ability to discuss it. Whether we agree with it or not, I think a debate on the motion would have been the right thing to do. And I am surprised and rather sad that we wish to remove the opportunity for councillors to actually debate this particular matter. Whether this POS or whatever it is, one runs in conjunction with what we do or not, or whether it runs later, I think would be quite critical, and I think any delay of any sort will be a bad thing to do. But whatever we say about it, our public image at the moment is not very good. And independent reviews would help, provided they came out with reasonable alternatives, to restore our public image. So I had some feeling about possibly voting for it, but I may not get that opportunity. But I think a little calmness, a little less emotion, a lot less political gainsaying and shouting about you said and I said and 3 weeks ago you said, would do this chamber more good than what I have been hearing in the past few minutes. I have not been impressed with this, and I've thought carefully, but I will be voting against not allowing this motion to be debated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. I don't see any other speakers, so Councillor Higgins, you have a right to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I speak, I'd just like to caveat that I'm speaking personally in my role as a capacity as a councillor. Anything I say, I don't wish to bind the council or the executive, but nevertheless, I hope what I'm about to say is helpful to everyone involved. This SIL issue has come to light. It's understandably very emotive. We've seen it here tonight. It's caused a lot of distress for residents involved. And I, like every councillor in this chamber, has a great deal of sympathy for the residents. And that's why it's critical we resolve this as quickly as possible. I do not dismiss the merits of the motion. On the contrary, I actually recognise its intentions, and I'm all for someone independent reviewing our processes. The Audit and Risk Committee has seen how effective that can be to identify areas where the council can improve. However, if we vote through this motion tonight and we don't decide to postpone it, it's likely to have unintended consequences for residents who may be entitled to a SIL refund or have their liability notice withdrawn. The first unintended consequence is that officer time will be spent on this review because they'll have to gather and provide the information to an independent organisation such as the Planning Officers Society, which inevitably they will request. This diverts officer time away from the cases submitted by residents who have requested a review. We can't allow that. It's more important that time is spent to speed up the chance of a SIL refund to residents. The second potential unintended consequence is that this review could reduce the chances of residents receiving a SIL refund. I assume that the thought process behind the motion was that an independent organisation will find issues within Waverley's process of administering SIL. But what if it doesn't? What if a review comes back and says Waverley have done everything right, correctly administered and issued liability notices correctly? We could go from a broad assessment of what is considered a council error, which we currently have, to having no scope to withdrawing a liability notice because we now have no justification for doing so. I believe it's an unnecessary roll of the dice and the risks outweigh the reward. I was pleased to see that Mr. Daly received confirmation that he will receive a SIL refund, and he's been an excellent advocate for residents and he's been here tonight. I think that his refund is a clear indication of the direction of travel and the approach this council is going to take to these cases. I've read the SIL regulations in full, and it's possibly the most onerous pieces of legislation I've ever read. However, it is equally onerous for the council in terms of compliance, which I anticipate increases the chances of unintended errors occurring. After this meeting, I'm more than happy to speak with councillors who are helping residents to see if I can be of assistance. In the meantime, I ask members to vote to postpone the consideration of this motion to a later date. This isn't a delay for delay's sake. It doesn't mean we will not have an independent organisation reviewing our processes in the future. It's just a pause, one that will give residents a quicker and better chance of justice. It will mean we can avoid delaying current ongoing reviews, and ensure liability withdrawal, notice withdrawals and SIL refunds are given to residents like Mr Daly as quickly as possible. This, after all, is what residents deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fairclough.
I'll be brief, Madam Mayor, you'll be glad to hear. I did have a speech prepared. To be absolutely frank with you, Councillor Higgins has completely stolen my thunder. I didn't realise he was going to do that either. For absolute clarity, I do welcome the idea of an independent review in the future. However, I believe that we as a council have an absolute desire to put right, for want of a better phrase, the situations for those homeowners that have been affected. And I think the best and most speedy way, and everyone that has spoken tonight all want a swift resolution. They all want this addressed, as Mr Daly himself said, immediately, as Councillor Coburn has said, now. And I think the best and the most efficient way of doing so is via the independent reviews, as Councillor Beeman has told us, that will be taking place, and the workings of our own executive group. And the brutal truth is that our officers, and I'm not going to get as emotional as some of my colleagues have done, but our officers cannot be all things to all men. And if they are being expected to help the independent reviews, as I am sure they will be because they will be asked to help. If they are being asked to help our executive working group, which I have no doubt they will be, then I don't see how they can do effectively 4 jobs. Because if we include helping an independent review, we must also accept that they've got what one might call their day jobs to do. Things like planning enforcement, things like the local plan, all very important to all Waverley residents. So for complete clarity, and I think Councillor Ward was quite right, I think we did lose sight of what my motion proposed. I am not saying don't have an independent review, quite the opposite. I'm saying, please, let's get on with reviewing the cases as they currently stand. Please, let's get on with reviewing our own procedures. And I have absolutely no doubt, knowing the councillors, Councillor Ward, Councillor Clark, Councillor Coburn, Councillor Goodridge, I have absolutely no doubt that they will come back and they will be making recommendations, not only as to how we do things better, but what we do now to put things right as quickly as possible. And at the end of that process, and that process will take 3-6 months' time, I think that is reasonable, then yes, after we've put our own house in order, if you like, then yes, have a review to say what we have done wrong and whether or not our processes have gone far enough. And that is what my motion is about. Not to say don't have a review, but let's do everything we can right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. May we have a recorded vote just to push it forward?
Okay. Do you want to just clarify what the vote is on, that it's to postpone?
We're having a recorded vote to postpone as, I beg your pardon? Councillor Beeman, did you want?
I just want to be clear. Could we have a moratorium on any demand notices being sent out while this takes place?
No, not at the moment, thank you. That's,
So we need 5 people for the recorded vote.
if there is to be a recorded vote, 5 people have to signify that they are in support.
Yeah. Right, so we're a recorded vote and we're voting on postponing the motion.
So this is a recorded vote on the proposal to postpone the motion until January 2026.
Councillor Austin.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Coburn.
Against.
Councillor Davidson.
Against.
Councillor Denis. Councillor Earwaker.
For.
Councillor Fairclough.
For.
Councillor Follows,
For.
Councillor Gale,
Against.
Councillor Goodrich,
Against.
Councillor Hess, Councillor Higgins,
For.
Councillor Hussaini,
Against.
Councillor Hyman,
Against.
Councillor Keane,
For.
Councillor Keel,
For.
Councillor Lawton,
For.
Councillor MacLeod,
For.
Councillor Martin,
Against.
Councillor Merriweather,
For.
Councillor Morrison,
For.
Councillor Monroe,
Against.
Councillor Murray,
Against.
Councillor Nicholson, Councillor Kenreid,
For.
Councillor Ruth Reid,
For.
Councillor Paul Rivers,
For.
Councillor Penny Rivers,
For.
Councillor Rabini,
For.
Councillor Liz Townsend,
For.
Councillor Philip Townsend, Councillor Ward,
Against.
Councillor Weldon, Councillor Williams.
For.
Have I missed any names? Sorry, Councillor Beeman,
Against.
Councillor Busby,
For.
4, and sorry,
Councillor Spence.
Councillor Spence.
For.
The vote is 23 for, 14 against. The vote to postpone is carried.
Therefore, it'll be on the agenda for the January.
Yes,
council
it'll be
meeting.
on the agenda for January 2026. May I just say thank you all. It's been a very long evening, but it's been a very long evening because we are committed to the residents of Waverley.